Okay, Cupcake, say ah. Ah. Ugh. Were they actually feeding each other? Seriously? How was I meant to concentrate on the movie with them doing that? Ugh, gross. Annoyed, I stood up, tipped my bucket of popcorn on their heads, then walked off. Don't panic, I'm not a crazy person. They weren't some random couple. Nope. I know them. The girl Shelley, she's my best friend. For as long as I can remember, it was just me and her. Best friends against the world. But then one day, this guy Leon showed up out of nowhere, and boom, they started dating. Do you know what the worst thing was? This Leon guy was 2 years younger than me. He was so immature, seriously. Every time I made plans with Shelley, he tagged along too. Suddenly, my phone rang. It was Shelley. I rolled my eyes as I answered, knowing she'd be furious. Peter, how could you? I keep finding popcorn in my hair. It's gross. You're so childish. Yeah, whatever. She was the one who turned me into a third wheel for our scheduled movie night. I ended the call. I was done talking to her. That's when I saw the news article pop up on my phone. There was a weather warning for a freak magnetic storm. It was advising everyone to stay at home and turn all technological devices off. Well, that was fine by me. It's not like I wanted to stay out anymore anyway. So I went home and went straight to sleep. The next morning, I woke up and, why was my dad sitting at the end of my bed? I rubbed my eyes and asked him what was up. He seemed lost in thought, but then he put his hand on my shoulder and said, Nothing, son. If you feel like you want to talk, I'm here for you. I understand. Then he left my room. Huh? What was that all about? I went downstairs for breakfast. That's when I heard my granny say, I will prove to you guys that he's not. Then I heard Dad say, Mother, it's no big deal. Even if it's true, he's still our Peter. But when I walked into the kitchen, they all fell silent and gawped at me. I said, hey, you guys, what's the topic? Then my mom replied while passing me a plate of pancakes. Nothing, son. Even my younger sister Lena was acting strange. She gave me this weird smile, then shook her head. Okay, this was odd, but I just shrugged it off and ate my breakfast. Afterward, Mom asked me to help her out in the rock garden. Yeah, sure, I mean, it's not like I had anything better to do. Now, let me tell you, those rocks are way heavier than they look. As I struggled to carry one, I puffed out to Mom, Where do you want this? It's so heavy. Can you call out Dad to help? Shaking her head, she said, No, you can do it. You're not a weak boy. Then she continued to direct me to carry the pile of rocks all over the garden. I carried on until I had jelly arms and couldn't manage it anymore. I told Mom I needed to take a break and began to head inside. She shouted after me, No, you can do it by yourself. You're a big, strong boy. I didn't get it. Why couldn't she see that I was exhausted? That's when I spotted Shelley peering at me over the fence. She smiled, then waved me over. Hang on. Wasn't she still in a mood with me? So what had changed? Whatever. I needed to escape Mom, so I went over to her. She apologized for yesterday, then asked me if I wanted to go shopping. I agreed. Anything to get me out of lugging more rocks about. As I walked over to Shelley's car, I spotted my neighbor standing outside of his house. I smiled over at him, but he gave me this odd look, then started giggling. I quickly looked down at my pants. Nope, I hadn't forgotten to do my zip up, so why was he laughing at me? I was thinking about how weird everyone was being as I got into the car. Then I thought out loud, maybe it's the storm? It sent everyone bonkers. Then I told Shelley about all of the crazy things that had been going on. She nodded and said, Yeah, it must be down to the storm. Well, it did make sense, because I'd read about magnetic storms and how they could impact people's moods and stuff. At the mall, we went into a shop and I helped her choose some clothes to try on. I picked up a purple dress and told her it was a lovely color, when suddenly my granny jumped up out of nowhere and said, No, you don't love it. Follow me. I'll get you some new clothes. Then, before I could work out what was going on, she was pulling me out of the shop. I was so confused. Granny, why are you here? Did you follow me? She smiled up at me and replied, Peter, darling, don't blame me for wanting the best for you. Huh? This was strange, but okay. I was about to get new clothes, so I didn't think I needed to question more about it. We ended up in this vintage shop, and I felt like I'd stepped into a time loop. All the items were from the 80s or even older. She started grabbing items off the rails and saying things like, "Ooh, I like this one," and "You'll look very handsome in this." This wasn't my style, but Granny looked so excited, and I didn't want to hurt her feelings. So yeah, I ended up trying the clothes on. I looked ridiculous. Granny seemed delighted. She gasped, clapped, and exclaimed, "Oh my, you're such a handsome boy," while Shelley was trying her hardest not to laugh. After that, we all went home, and yep, I was wearing the funny outfit. Everyone was pointing and laughing at me, but Granny seemed oblivious to this. She just smiled and said, "All the girls will fall for you now." Yeah, right. I doubt it. Later on, I was in my room minding my own business when my phone beeped. "Hey, I go to the same college as you. I saw you yesterday and I like your style. Do you want to hang out sometime? Lily, X." Huh? Was this someone's idea of a joke? I didn't know this number, nor this Lily girl. What was going on? The magnetic storm had sent everyone loopy, and I seemed the only sane one left. I immediately texted back that I wasn't interested, but geez, this girl was stubborn, and she wouldn't stop messaging me. Over the next few days, Granny's bizarre behavior continued. It was stressing me out. She kept giving odd looks in my direction and muttering stuff to Mom about me. But then one time she actually followed me when I was on my way to the shop and asked me why I wasn't in the outfit she'd bought for me. When I told her it was in the wash, she looked upset, shook her head, and mumbled out something about how I'd never find a nice young lady in my scruffy clothes. I tried messaging Shelley about it, but you guessed it, she was too busy with Leon to talk. So, in my loneliness, I turned to Lily. She was really sweet and said that my granny was probably just having an old people crisis, as the same thing happened with her gran, and that we should meet in the park and discuss it. I agreed to meet her, and while I was waiting for her to show up, this guy with movie star looks walked over. At first, I thought he was going to ask me for directions or something, but then he said in a flirty voice, "Hey, you're on time." Then before I could say anything, he continued, "It's me, Lily." What was going on? This was insane. I asked him, "Okay, so what game are you playing at?" He looked confused, then shook his head and said, "Well, I just want to hang out with you." Then he came closer to me and leaned on my shoulder. I pushed him away and stepped back. "Oh no, I'm not gay." He frowned at me, then shouted out, "What? You are. Everyone knows that you are." I stood there feeling puzzled, when who should show up but my sister Lena. I asked her, "What the hell are you doing here?" With a Cheshire cat grin on her face, she said, "Just testing out if you're gay or not. And I have the answer. You're not. Now I'll have to tell Mom and Granny." Then she pulled out her phone. I grabbed her hand and said, "Hold on. What? Gay? Who said that? What's going on?" "I'm talking about the rumor. A couple of days ago, the neighbor told Mom that you're gay. Dad was cool about it, but Mom and Granny didn't take it well. Anyway, I told them I'd find out for sure. At first, I thought you were because you weren't interested in Lily, but now," she looked at the guy, "my friend Robbie confirmed you're not." Okay, this was crazy, but where did this rumor come from? I asked my sister and she replied, "Oh, they heard it from Leon." Leon? This was suspicious. So I went over to Shelley's for answers. As soon as she opened the door, I rose my eyebrow and asked her, "So, Shelley, everyone thinks I'm gay, and apparently it's down to something Leon said. Would you happen to know anything about this?" She blushed. "Peter, I'm sorry. Leon was so jealous of you that I ended up telling him you were gay, just so he'd be cool with us hanging out." I gritted my teeth in anger, then yelled, "I can't believe you ruined our friendship over that guy. So you'd rather spread wrong rumors about me than put some actual sense into your ridiculous boyfriend's head? You're so selfish. Well then, go live happily ever after with him as you wish. I'll stay out of your way." Then I hurried off. Later, she tried to call me, but I just turned off my phone. The next morning, I woke up and checked my social media to see a notification from Shelly pop right up. She had written a long post to tell everyone the truth and to apologize to me. Perplexed, I came downstairs to grab breakfast while considering if I should forgive her. Then I saw sitting in the living room was Shelly. Mom said she'd come over since early morning to apologize to me and my family. "Come, dear, she knows what she did wrong," Mom whispered to me before leaving us two alone. Shelly came right up to me. "Peter, I'm really sorry for being a jerk. You're my best friend, and Leon will just have to like it or lump it. I can get another boyfriend, but I never want to lose a friend like you." She spread out her arms. I hesitated, then we eventually hugged it out. So, Shelly and I are best friends again. My family, well, they're back to normal levels of craziness. Yeah, it wasn't cool of Shelly to start a rumor about me, but so what if it turned out I was gay? I've told Granny and Mom this. I guess they're both just old-fashioned and need to get with the times a bit more, and realize that it doesn't matter if I like girls or boys, as either way, I'm still me. They're same old Peter. At the end of the day, yup, I'm that guy who thought that the magnetic storm turned everyone crazy. One thing's for sure, Shelly will never let me forget this.
Ouch! My head felt like it had been hit with a brick. Why was the room so bright? And what were those monotonous beeping sounds? Was this a hospital? I used up all my strength to pull myself into a sitting position. Then a nurse walked into the room. Why am I here? I stuttered out in confusion. She smiled over at me and replied, "Oh, you're awake. What a miracle! Both you and your baby are fine now." Huh? What on earth was she talking about? My look must have said it all, as her smile dropped. "Honey, you were in an accident and lost a lot of blood. You've been in a coma for the last month. And as you're pregnant, there was a worry that both of you wouldn't make it. But it's all okay now." What? I've been asleep for a whole month? Concerned, I asked her. "My parents, where are they?" "Oh, they're so busy, so they asked us to take care of you," she said as she fluffed out my pillows. Yeah, that sounds about right, as my parents were always busy. They hated wasting time, on me especially. I put my hand on my swollen stomach and tried to recall the accident, but why couldn't I remember it? Come to think of it, I didn't even remember who the daddy was. A sharp pain shot through my head, so I clutched it with both hands. Then I cried out to the nurse, "Why don't I remember anything?" Seeing this, the nurse hurried off to find a doctor. Tests were carried out, and guess what? Turns out I have short-term memory loss. The following days on my sickbed, I had nothing to do but think. Finally, a memory came to me. It was me and my bestie, Cecilia. There was Christmas music playing, and we giggled as we prepared wasabi-covered cookies to trick our friends. Now it's summer already? Ugh! So that meant I'd already graduated. Suddenly I heard footsteps. It was Cecilia! In the doorway with a huge bouquet of sunflowers. I can't even begin to explain how good it felt to see her. We hugged for like 100 times. Then, unable to contain my patience, I eagerly jumped into the question. "Now, please tell me everything. Why was I in an accident? And who's the baby's daddy? I mean, she's my bestie, so if anyone knew anything, I figured it'd be her, right?" But to my dismay, she just shook her head. "Sorry, Dora. I don't know anything about the accident. But, the dad's probably Louis." I spluttered out in surprise. "What? Louis, as in the Star Wars geek from math class? So, turns out Louis and I have been in love for a while." She also said she'd been shocked at first when a rebellious girl like me fell for a straight-A student like him. Louis. Really? Me and Louis? If so, then why hasn't he visited me? Seeing how dumbfounded I looked, Cecilia continued. "Look, I think you should go find Louis and sort this out." So as soon as I was discharged from the hospital, I went around to Lewis's house. He answered the door and gave me this dirty look. "What do you want? We're through, like ages ago." Then he slammed the door in my face. This was confusing and annoying. He's the reason I can't get into my favorite pants. He needs to man up. So I went back to his house the next day, adamant I would have answers. Only his mom answered the door and said he was at college. I drove there and spotted him walking across campus. Fuming, I charged up to him and grabbed his arm. "Lewis, if you walk away from me again, I swear I will scream." He looked super uncomfortable, but had no choice but to follow me to a nearby coffee house. At first, the silence was awkward. I just couldn't stop staring at the gross shirt he was wearing. What did I ever see in this guy? But then he spoke up. "Talk already. I have an important assignment due tomorrow." I slammed my fists onto the table and yelled out, "I'm pregnant, and it's yours." "What? Impossible." His eyes popped. "Oh, so you think you can just shirk your responsibilities by some words like that?" How many months are you?" "Well, Lewis, I'm 3 months pregnant." He let out a sigh of relief. "Now that's clear. We broke up 4 months ago. It's definitely not mine. Must be Kai's." "Kai? Who's Kai?" I was seriously confused. Had he made up this guy just to get off the hook? "This is just typical of you." He snarled at me. "Kai is the biker dude you cheated on me with." After that, he gulped back his drink, then growled out, "Goodbye, Dora," then left. Oh boy, this was a lot to take in. Didn't know what to do. I sent Cecilia a message asking if she was free to talk, and the okay message from her arrived within a minute. When I arrived at her house, I saw a man leaving on his bike. So as soon as she answered the door, I winked at her. "Who was that guy? Don't tell me he's your new BF." Cecilia gave me a sheepish look. "Nah, just an acquaintance." Then she quickly pulled me inside. "So, what happened with Lewis? I want to know everything." Dropping myself on the couch, I sighed and told her all about my not-so-pleasant encounter with my ex. Wow, he's such a jerk. "Cecilia, do you think I need to go see this Kai? Maybe he's the father." "No!" She interrupted me. "I mean, you barely know the guy." I raised my eyebrow. "Do you know him?" Cecilia looked like a rabbit caught in headlights. Okay, this was odd. Was she hiding something? I was about to press her for more information when suddenly we heard the door open. "Oops, I forgot my phone." A cute guy in bike leathers walked in. Was he the guy I'd just seen leaving? Then he gave me this puzzled look. "Dora, huh? Why aren't you in Italy?" I must have been giving him a funny look, as he rubbed his head, then continued. "How could you just leave without saying a word?" "I'm sorry, do you know me?" He looked puzzled. "Huh? What are you saying? It's me, Kai." I froze, and my heart was about to break free from my chest. "Kai? You're Kai? The father of my baby?" Kai glared at me. "What baby? What are you talking about?" None of this made sense to me either, so I just blurted out, there was an accident, and now I'm suffering from memory loss. I can't remember anything. Well, anything that happened after last Christmas. And, yeah, I'm also pregnant." As soon as I finished speaking, Kai turned to look at Cecilia, who was nervously chewing on her nails. "Cecilia, why did you tell me that Dora was studying in Italy?" She pleaded out. "Kai, please. I just don't want you to be caught up in her mess. You deserve better than this. Than her." What? So Cecilia had been lying to me all along? While she actually knew who the father was? Gosh, what kind of friend is that? I was about to scream at her, then Kai said, "Anyway, Dora, I'm sorry, but the baby can't be mine, as we've only kissed and nothing more. The room started spinning. I rushed outside. I needed some time alone to process this. Honestly, it felt like the whole world was against me. My memory had failed me, my parents didn't care, my best friend had betrayed me, and now I had no recollection of who my baby's father was. What a tragic mess I was. I arrived home in the worst mood possible. But my parents were still too busy on their laptops to notice it. In a cold tone, Mom just said, "Have you figured out who's the father yet?" I silently shook my head. Dad snorted. "God, all you use your head for is a hat rack or what? You got yourself in this, so just go solve it yourself." Ugh, why did they talk as if they ever cared to help me? Please, I've always solved things on my own. Frustrated, I stormed right off to my room. I was sitting by the window, staring out into the void, when my phone beeped. It was Cecilia. Just the thought of her drove me mad, so much that I flung the phone onto the floor without even checking the text. Then came another beep, so I bent down to pick it up, when suddenly I saw something poking out under my bed. It was a lighter with the name Stanley engraved in it. Hang on. Stanley. That did ring some bells. I remember now. Lewis broke up with me 4 months ago. But not because of Kai. No, it was because he was going to a prestigious college, and he thought my carefree attitude would cramp his style. Embracing my new single life, I drove to Key West Island and partied hard for a few days. And that's when I met Stanley at a bar. So he was the father. But now what? I mean, I had no way of contacting him. But even if I could find him, then what? I didn't love him. I didn't even know the guy. And I didn't want to be attached to him just for the baby. And when I came back to town, I grew closer to Kai. Only Cecilia didn't like this. So she confronted me at school and insisted that I'd stolen her man. I rolled my eyes and told her, "You're ridiculous. Kai doesn't even like you. He likes me." The next thing I remembered was firm hands pressing against my back, and then I slipped and fell down the stairs. And the rest is history. Ugh! Cecilia was such a heartless monster! Her jealous rage could have killed me and my baby. I patted my belly. Thank God we were both okay. I just needed to figure out what I was going to do now. So, after many days of thinking, I decided what I'm going to do. I want to be a single mother. Hey, I know I can do this. There's no way I'll be as bad as my parents are, which is why I'm here looking for some books on parenting. Ugh, why do they put these books so high up? It's so inconsiderate. Right on cue, someone came to my rescue, reached up, and grabbed the book I wanted, then passed it to me. I was about to thank this kind-hearted Samaritan when, hang on, Kai! I put the book down and hurried out of there without saying a word. He shouted after me, but I didn't look back. I just didn't want to be dragged into this drama between Kai and Cecilia. Being through one coma was enough. The next day, I was scrolling through a baby name site when Mum shouted that there was someone at the door for me. I went downstairs to see Kai, standing there with heavy bags in both hands. He gave a coy look and said, "This is for you. And the baby." This made me feel uneasy. I mean, I felt so bad for him. Seeing my reaction, he continued, "I should have told you how I felt from the beginning, and then things would have been different. I like you. I mean, I really do. I love you, Dora, and I want to raise this baby with you." I couldn't believe Kai still loved me, even when I'm carrying another man's baby. He's willing to welcome this baby with all his heart. In that case, I suppose you better come in. I smiled at him while holding the door open. Okay, so sometimes life likes to throw crazy surprises at you. But hey, they make sure things are more interesting. I'm sure it won't shock you to learn that I don't talk to Cecilia or Lewis anymore. Poof, those losers don't deserve me. As for Kai, we now live together, and we can't wait for the baby to arrive. But tough luck, Kai, as there's no way we're calling them Kai Jr.
Hello, Dana? Have you heard from Vicky yet? I anxiously asked. Vicky hadn't shown up for school, but she wasn't at home either. She'd gone AWOL. And I was frantic with worry, especially as it passed 10 p.m. already. No, this is very out of her character. Martin, tell me what's going on between you two. I facepalmed. Ugh, the word complicated wouldn't even be enough to describe this situation. It's a long story. Let me just tell you from the beginning. It started way back when I was just a kindergarten kid. I met my first ever enemy, Vincent Green. We just didn't see things eye to eye from the get-go. One normal day, I just finished my Lego city when Vincent charged over like Godzilla and smashed it to pieces. And so the war between us continued, one that carried on throughout our school years. He sabotaged everything I did and vice versa. One time when it was my turn to sing in music class, Vincent made fart noises and the whole class burst out laughing. Fair and square, that same day I poured liquid glue over his art collage. Another time he stuck a note on my back saying, "I wet the bed." Seriously, I was getting really paranoid as to why all these kids were laughing and pointing at me. Ugh. So in return, I put this fluffy pink teddy in his backpack. And in class, when he went to pull out his pencil case, the teddy flew out and landed in the middle of the room. Back then, Vincent had already seemed to be quite a girl magnet. I guess they viewed him as a pretty boy, but come on. All kids look the same, right? So I started going around telling everyone, Vincent only wants to play with the girls, ew, gross. 5 years later, and our feud was still ripe. Vincent was great at studying, and baseball too. He was the PE teacher's favorite. And I know this sounds stupid, but that being flocked by girl thing was no longer gross, it was like a medal of honor. I tried so hard to be better than Vincent in everything. I was also one of the top students. I joined the soccer team. And I also had girls surrounding me. Still, that was not enough. Not until Vincent accepted his defeat. But then middle school started, and guess what? Vincent wasn't there. Finally, I was free of him. Now I could stay on top, flirt with girls, and become basketball captain without him trying to sabotage me. All eyes were on me, and it was fantastic. Although there was a small part of me that missed the competitiveness. Then on another day, like every other day in high school, I was walking along the corridor and noticed that all the girls were getting in a frenzy about something. "What's going on?" I asked my best friend Tyler when I arrived at my locker. "Not sure. It's probably the new boy or something. Girls are squealing all over the place." I didn't feel good about this. And then, just like in those slow-mo Korean drama scenes, the new boy ambled along the hall charmingly smiling, one hand holding a baseball bat, the other air-shooting girls. My face was slowly getting hot. Eyes goggled at the new boy. Yes, it was Vincent. He slid past me, sneered and winked. What a lousy jerk. That was definitely another declaration of war. A few days later, I saw Vincent everywhere, applying for class president, competing for the baseball team captain position, and flirting with pretty much every girl in school. Ugh. He was like a bad rash that wouldn't go away. To make it worse, his grades from previous school somehow ended up published online, which made everyone go giddy for him. Ugh, Vincent Green, you just wait for it. However, he would have to probably wait forever, because I was ready to give up all the competitive intentions the moment I met Vicky. It was at lunchtime. I was having lunch with Tyler in the school garden when Dana, Tyler's girlfriend, came over. Behind her was an angel. I was stunned, mouth wide open. My half-eaten sandwich even fell from my hand. Dana said, "Hi boys, this is Vicky, my best friend. She used to be my neighbor until her family moved away. But she's just transferred back here now." Vicky gave us both a friendly smile. I, of course, took that chance and befriended her right away. Soon, Vicky and I started hanging out. When I was with her, it felt like everyone else had been muted. She was this ray of light in the darkness. She was perfect for me. Smart, beautiful, exquisite. And she was the only girl in school who didn't go all fluttery around Vincent. Actually, she hadn't so much as mentioned him once. I invited her over to my house, and my parents liked her so much they asked her to stay for dinner. Afterward, Vicky suggested watching a movie. The time whizzed past, and soon it was 10 p.m., and she had to leave. Let me take you home," I insisted. But she told me her brother was already on his way. So I led her down to the living room to wait. The doorbell rang. I went to answer to find Vincent standing there. We both froze and glared at each other. What on earth was he doing here? That's when Vicky walked over to him and said, "Let's go." Then she turned to me and kissed me on the cheek. Aw, sweet. But I couldn't think about this right now. Why was my mortal enemy at my front door? Vincent grunted. Vicky, what's going on here? I also snarled. Yeah, Vicky, what's he doing here? Despite the death stares we were giving each other, she just shrugged. Oh, Vinny, this is my boyfriend Martin. Martin, this is Vincent, my brother. Brother? My wonderful and perfect girlfriend is Vincent Green's sister? No. Yo, you're dating this loser? Vincent pointed a shaking finger at me. You are really that jerk's sister? I was trembling even more, while Vicky seemed unbothered as she walked toward the car. Vincent immediately growled at me. Stay away from my sister, before he quickly chased after her. I stood there deadly still, a horrified look on my face. I probably resembled some sort of gargoyle. No way. How could an amazing girl like Vicky be related to that jerk? The next day, Vicky texted me to meet her at the cafe. We need to talk. Uh-oh, no man ever wants to hear those words. Talk about a bad omen. But we were meant to be going on a double date with Tyler and Dana tonight, weren't we? I entered the cafe to see Vicky sitting there, looking all sulky with her arms folded. Oh no, this didn't look good. Before I even had a chance to sit down, she blurted out, Martin, why have you never told me about your arch enemy? Do you have any idea how big of a fight Vincent and I had last night? I sat there open-mouthed. Truth was, since meeting Vicky, I no longer cared about Vincent or our war. I only wanted to focus on Vicky. She made me so happy. I explained this to her, and she replied, Vincent still hates you. He's forbidden me from meeting you again. Of course, I'm not listening to him, but I want you to both solve this dumb feud. There is nothing to solve. He started this back when we were just little kids. He's a grade A jerk. I started to get heated. Vicky sighed. I mean it. You guys need to talk. As for me, I'm not going to let Vincent tell me who I can and can't see. I was so mad at that dude, I just refused to understand her words. I repeatedly came back at her that I didn't want to solve anything with Vincent. Then it got worse. Being as stupid as I could, I blurted out, It's either him or me, so who's it going to be? Vicky furiously stood up, shouted, How dare you make me choose a side? I love you, but that's my brother, then stormed off. Did she just say she loved me? Oh man, what had I just done? To my surprise, the double date still went ahead. The four of us were in this Italian restaurant, but Vicky hadn't said a word. This was so awkward. When Vicky was in the restroom, Dana gave me a piece of advice. You should listen to Vicky. Go make peace with Vincent. Then, to my annoyance, Tyler also agreed with Dana. I ignored that and asked Dana to take Vicky home. Later, we got into another big fight on the phone. I couldn't understand why she kept telling me to reconcile with that idiot. Just because she didn't want to stand between two rivals? Furiously, I said, I hate your brother. So there's no way I'm going to reconcile. If you love me, you'll be on my side. Vicky yelled out, Both of you are so childish. And neither of you care about my feelings. Then she hung up. So that was the story. Now this brings you up to date, and I have zero clue as to where my girlfriend is. I need to find her, and if that involves putting my differences with Vincent aside, then so be it. So I called everyone to the park, including him. What you two did to Vicky was so obviously wrong, Tyler spoke up. Being stuck in the middle of her bro and her boyfriend must suck. Neither of you even stopped to consider her feelings. Dana continued. Vicky loves you both very much. Don't make her choose. You guys should talk. Then both of them stood up and left us there. Vincent and I sat in awkward silence for a while. Eventually, he cleared his throat. I have to admit that I've been envying you. All the girls adored you. You're smart and great at sports. Vicky falling for you proves that you'd finally defeated me. That's why I got so mad. I looked at him with wide eyes. That was exactly what I thought about Vincent. I always felt like second fiddle to him. Always. I told him this, then we both scratched our heads and laughed. Then I said, Geez, what a couple of insecure losers we are. Vincent replied, Yeah, we're both pretty stupid for a pair of smart guys. Truce? He held out his hand and I shook it. We realized that no amount of attention could compare to the love we got from our girl Vicky. Suddenly, something popped up in my head. I know where Vicky is, I said. Let's go, Uncle Vinny. Vincent and I called Tyler and Dana, and then we went to the 24/7 cafe, where Vicky usually took me. There I found her dozing on a couch on the second floor. I gently shook her and said, Wakey, wakey, sleeping beauty, you gave us all a fright. When she saw that Vincent was there too, and we weren't biting each other's heads off, she gave this huge smile. After that, we all sat down and chatted over hot chocolates and cookies. Finally, the infinity war between two rivals had come to an end, I no longer have an enemy. Instead, I have a new close friend. It's funny how things turn out sometimes, isn't it? Now I'm a part of a group of 5 wonderful people, especially my girlfriend. What more can I ask for? Life is beautiful.
They say gymnastics is the queen of sports, and I say I'm at the queen moment of my life. I made the perfect landing and earned the gold medal. As I strutted back to my spot, this man rushed over to me. "Your skills are impressive. I'm Nick, the Nationals coach, and I want you on my team." My ears began ringing, and my head felt like it was spinning, and I thought I was going to puke. The nausea wouldn't go away, while my super excited teammates kept pestering me. "Say yes, Kylie!" This chance is one in a lifetime. I can't take it anymore, so I opened the door. No, I don't want to have a man as a coach. I hate you. I hate men. Hi, I'm Kylie, and there's a valid reason why I dislike men so much. My mom passed away when I was little, and instead of spending time with me, Dad became a serial dater. He always made excuses. "People can't live without love. You'll understand when you're older." If this is what love did to people, then I didn't want it. I swore to never fall in love. Nuh-uh. I went to an all-girls boarding school, and as the years passed by, my hatred towards men grew. Just being around that man smell made me feel dizzy and nauseous. At home, Dad was waiting for me with his typical Hulk look. "Kylie, why did you refuse to join the national team? Why turn down your dream?" "My dream or yours? As if you care. You were never there for me." "That's your future, Kylie." "I'll be fine. No way universities would turn down my talent." "But what if you couldn't graduate?" "Dad, my grades might be bad, but I'm not that dumb." "No, my business isn't doing so well. I can't afford your tuition fees anymore. You'll have to move back home." What? If I don't graduate, then I can't go to uni. If I can't go to uni, then I can't find a job. And if— "There's still this scholarship offer from another school for you to consider, though." I immediately agreed to it. I couldn't sit here watching Dad flush away my dreams with his incompetence. Yeah, a new environment might be a bit challenging, but I'm a tough girl. I can do this. Only the next day, Dad dropped me off at a fortress-like building that was, apparently, my new school. And to add more to the problem, standing there to greet me was a boy. Ugh. Now I officially had bad vibes about this place. I reluctantly followed him to the vice principal's office, and I had to sit there with my mouth covered. He pushed a form towards me. "You don't look so well. Just let's get this done quickly. Please sign here." Then the vice principal reached out for a handshake. "Welcome to St. John's All Boys High School." "Sorry? All boys?" "Yes, that's correct. You're the only girl here." I barged out of the room. The corridor was full of boys. They were everywhere. "Welcome home, Rosie." "We've been waiting, Rosie." I tried to dash past them, but it was so overwhelming that I tripped over my own feet and this boy stopped my fall. But my churning stomach had something to say. Blech! I threw up all over him. This boy shrieked out and let go of me. Everyone gawped down at me like I was some sort of exotic bird. With whatever dignity I had left, I pulled myself up and limped back into the vice principal's office. "I reject the scholarship." "You just signed the paperwork. You can't just leave." I was so mad and speechless. Dad must have set this whole thing up. It seemed I had no choice but to endure this hellish place. So, on the first day of school, I covered myself from head to toe like a ninja. But what are those banners? For me? I went into the classroom trying to not throw up. This place was seriously weird. I didn't sing, and I wasn't called Rosie. When the teacher told me to introduce myself, I decided to use this opportunity to set some ground rules. "My name is Kylie. I don't sing, and you're all gross. I demand that you stay at least 6 feet away from me at all times, else I will backflip kick you into another dimension." To my surprise, the students weren't intimidated. Instead, they all applauded and wolf whistled me. Ugh, I hate boys. I trudged over to my seat and was about to sit down, but then someone kicked my chair away. I turned to glare at the culprit. Oh, it was the boy I puked on yesterday. "Stay away. I don't want any more vomit on me." "Kylie and Jerry are both new students, so help them settle in, everyone." "So, Jerry, huh?" He glared back at me in the midst of all the Cheshire cat grins from the other schoolboys. Oh, this is gonna be hell. After class, the boys followed me every step, so I had to do a somersault to get away, but that only made them cheer louder. I rushed back to my dorm, but the situation was not better. Had they never seen a girl before? I locked myself in my room every night and only left to make a quick dash to the canteen for food. After a week of living like this, I was so not okay. I was miserable in class and lonely at night. One evening, I was scrolling through my phone when I saw a hiring post from a cafe near my old school. If I had a job after school, I could avoid the weird boys and hang around with my old friends. So I applied for the job, easily got hired, feeling all excited until I bumped into Jerry. Why are you here? I hurried out of the kitchen. What to do now? Is this jerk haunting me or something? But I really needed this job, so I stuffed a piece of paper into Jerry's locker, saying that as we both snuck out of the dorm to work, let's keep this secret together. And surprisingly, he agreed to that. But that wasn't the only problem. I encountered a slippery issue. Having butterfingers. I spilled coffee all over the floor, then slipped on it, dropped a cake on some woman's lap, and man, the amount of cups I've broken. I begged the owner to give me one last try as a baker, but the final products were horrifying. I was feeling disappointed when I heard someone say, "Classmate, need any help?" Oh, Jerry and his man smell. I rushed to the bathroom. Is everything okay in there? I'm okay. Just stay there. I'm allergic to men. I heard Jerry laugh, so I explained to him how I was being deadly serious, and being around men made me nauseous. Oh, so that's why you threw up on me that day? Hey, maybe I can help you with your job. Yes, and no, I don't need your help. I'm not doing this for you. Oh God, what are those? Reds? I know, it's horrible. Please stop. Kylie, as a devoted employee of this cafe, I insist on doing this for the customer's safety. On hearing this, I agreed to let Jerry help me. Thanks to his remote directing, I finally made a successful batch of bread and managed to keep my job. Since then, we have become a lot closer. Jerry had this idea to cure my allergy to men. He slowly let me approach boys at my own comfort level. At the cafe, he encouraged me to take the orders from male customers. At school, he helped me study in a group with some of his friends. At first, I was wary of them, but I guess they weren't so bad. Not only that, they also threw me a Boys 101 intervention where they humorously analyzed boys' behaviors to help me get along. From how boys greet, "Yo, what's up?" how they posed for cool photos, to the way a typical boy flirted. Are you a parking ticket? As you've got fine written all over you. That's how you flirt with girls? Hilarious! You don't like it? But what if I tell you I was being serious? I like you, Kylie. I immediately covered my mouth, but not because I felt nauseous. What should I do? Say yes, or... Suddenly my phone rang. It was Dad. How's school, sweetie? Got a boyfriend yet? That's all he cared about? Right. That reminded me that all this was just Dad's setup and I can't give him what he wants. No boyfriend! I yelled, then hung up. I turned around to tell Jerry to stop joking around, but the boys were already pinning him to the ground. How dare you flirt with Rosie? She's mine, not yours. Stop! I grabbed a magazine and declared, I'll never date any of you, ever, because this is my type. Now, get out! But the next morning, I arrived in class to see all of the schoolboys in wigs and dresses. They mobbed me, and thank God, Jerry dragged me out of there just in time. Don't you find them odd? They became extremely competitive around me and kept on calling me Rosie. Jerry said he didn't understand either. Something's very fishy about this whole scholarship thing. So we snuck into the administration office to see if my file held my answers. After searching for a while, I found it. But whoever was being described here was not me. I wasn't a straight-A student. I didn't sing nor play the guitar, and I wasn't a social butterfly. Then Jerry passed me a binder labeled Only Rosie. There was a school legend that when Rosie appeared, the only flower in the garden would bloom. Rosie's magic was so powerful that every male student would fight for her love. There really was a flower blooming in the garden, which means I was Rosie. So they only love me due to some rusty magic? I bet it's the same for you. I couldn't stay in this insane school any longer, so I went home and curled up in my room. On hearing a knock at the door, I peeked out and saw Jerry? I slammed the door shut. Kylie, listen, this is all me. No magic whatsoever. At first, I thought you were a queen bee who liked the attention, but being around you made me realize you're a clumsy, cute crybaby, but also a strong girl who tries to stand on your own 2 feet. That's the reason why I like you. Are you okay? Go on, please. I like you because you're Kylie, not Rosie. I couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. I finally opened up to people, but it's all fake. None of them wanted to be my friends. They only like Rosie. Then Dad appeared. Of course, it was him who let Jerry inside. Seeing me like that, he seemed sad, then sat me down to say something. Actually, your mom used to go to that school too. Mom was a prodigy who excelled at both studying and singing. When the school's reputation was declining, the principal broke the rules to invite her to attend the school, in hopes that she would lead them to some achievements. At first, the male students objected it, but gradually with her talent and good nature, she gained their respect, and they fondly called her Rosie. Your mother was incredible, and I couldn't believe my luck when I won her heart. I felt so lost without her that I tried to fill the void. I jumped from one relationship to another, leaving you all alone. Only later did I realize I could still find joy in life even without Rosie by my side. Kylie, I risked sending you to that school because I wanted you to face your fear. Don't dismiss love just because of your painful past, like I did. I finally understood where Dad's behaviors came from, and I felt so sorry for him. Sorry for interrupting, but if Kylie's mother was the first Rosie, and her magic immediately charmed everyone, then why did she face objections at first? Oh, actually, only Rosie is merely a myth. There's no magic involved at all. Over the years, the story must have evolved into that fairy tale. Now that Jerry mentioned this, I realized my file looked more like Mom's than mine. Even before entering this school, everyone was talking about you being a musical prodigy and only dating top students. It's like someone created a fake image to make you irresistible. Dad said it was the vice principal who offered the scholarship. We put 2 and 2 together, and we were convinced that he must be behind all of this. Dad and I went to school to confront him, but he denied everything and even expelled me. The next day at work, Jerry told me something big. There are rumors about another schoolgirl. It looks like the vice principal wanted to find a new Rosie. This had to stop. He couldn't keep on using girls like this. It was about time his lies were exposed. The 3 of us falsified tons of female students' applications and finally got selected. On the day of admission, Jerry disguised himself as a girl and me as a boy, then went to school together. All the boys gathered around Jerry and gawped at him like he was the new iPhone or something. Then the vice principal introduced him as their new female student, Jessie. Hi, I'm Jessie, and I want to tell you a secret. Then he started ripping off his wig in the most dramatic way ever, leaving all the students gasping in shock. What? You don't think I'm pretty? Poof! I gripped my stomach and tried to control my laughter. You're very pretty. Oh, silly. I'm not just a pretty face. I'm also a musical prodigy. Then he pulled out a violin and started making scratchy noises, deafening everyone. Not to mention, I'm a very delicate little flower. Then he broke the violin in half before everyone's terrified eyes. That's my cue to step in. I took off my disguise and pointed at Jerry. Sneaky little snake, you trying to steal my men? All boys in this school are mine. Then I charged at Jerry and grabbed his hair. Why are you here? I've expelled you. Everyone was astonished to hear that and questioned the vice president about it. Then I waved the flower I was holding around. Guys, there is no only Rosie. This is the flower that heralds Rosie, and it looks pretty fake to me. The boys became even more heated towards the vice president. Fine, I did it. So what? Only Rosie is not real, as long as it works. I only did this to revive the school anyway. This school deserves a principal who's as dedicated as me, not a has-been who never even shows up and could have retired by now. He was hopelessly yelling while a group of disgruntled students dragged him outside. The rest ran over to me and said they missed me. So even among all the lies, our friendships were still real. And better still, I didn't feel dizzy or sick at all now. Everyone was here to cheer me on. The boys, Dad, and of course, my soon-to-be boyfriend, Jerry. We're not dating yet, 'cause girl gotta play hard to get. Suddenly, a voice interrupted our celebration. It was Nick, the national team's coach's voice. Great performance. Any chance you've reconsidered joining the team? Reconsidered? Nick, count me in 100%. No, 1,000,000% in.
Hi, I'm Vicky, the only daughter of a billionaire. Also the sole heir from the 3rd generation of an English aristocracy. Growing up, I was always referred to as Nepo baby, but this is so unfair. If I had one sentence to sum up my entire life, it would be, well, that didn't go as planned. Before we start, please like and subscribe. I used to live the life of a princess. My house staff was on hand 24 hours to cater to all of my needs. And the biggest decision I had to make each day was to choose which car to go to school in. Still, I wasn't Regina George everyone wanted me to be. I was friendly to everyone and took both my education and my talent seriously. From an early age, I found a huge love for painting. You see, my daddy even invited global superstars over just so they could pose for me. Then, it struck me like a bolt of lightning when my daddy got involved in a messy lawsuit and ended up in jail. As a result, we had to kiss goodbye to everything. Yes, the mansion, the staff, but the worst blow was losing Brad, the butler's son, who happened to be my boyfriend.
My sweetie pie, I will collect the stars from the skies if it leads me back to you.
Well, a girl gotta survive, so I did what I had to. I sold all of my beloved clothes and jewelry. But holy cow, all those Pradas, Gucci's, and Tiffany's still weren't enough to cover a week in a 5-star hotel. Hey, use this. Miss, your card has been declined. Clearly you have insufficient funds and therefore must leave. Excuse me? The nerve, the ingratitude. I used to be one of their best customers. It wasn't as if I was the second inventing Anna or anything. So that's how I ended up here, under this bridge full of homeless people, desperately waiting for Brad to come back to me. In the meantime, at least I still had my paintings, which could be my ticket out of here, right? But Jesus, look! Those people kept taking them to smash cockroaches, while others even used them as firewood. Then, one day, as my belly was arguing with me over the lack of food, this charity group showed up. They came to distribute food to the homeless. I scrambled to my feet to ask for some, but was stopped by this woman. Look at your flashy outfit. You can't take food off the needy. How inappropriate. No, I'm homeless too. Just then, a whiff of Le Labo Santal 33 filled the air, and a luxurious lady emerged from the crowd. She waved off the mean woman, then peered at my drawing.
Did you paint these?
Yes, I've been painting since I was a child. I've painted everyone from Taylor Swift to Ronaldo.
Impressive indeed. I'm Diana, a widow of a great fortune. How would you like to come and live with me in exchange for sharing your artistic brilliance in my daily portrait?
I was speechless for a few secs, then agreed right away. I was obviously destined to be rich, so it seems I couldn't escape my fate. I arrived at the villa, thinking that this was awesome and I'd finally landed back on my feet. But then, the euphoria was replaced with a gut-wrenching blow when Diana introduced me to her fiancé. Brad? Right after the awkward introduction, I pulled Brad away and confronted him. How could you cheat on me like this? I'll tell Diana.
We broke up. Besides, having exes is normal. If you tell Diana I'm your ex, then it's you she'll throw out, not me.
I couldn't believe the cheek of this guy. And you know what? We never broke up. I just couldn't spend another moment stuck with this jerk. So I decided to paint Diana a portrait as a thank you and then leave forever. Only, she really loved my painting. Thinking back to those glum days under the bridge, I realized, well, Brad was here, but so was a warm bed, steady meals, and someone who genuinely loved my art. This place was big enough to avoid him anyway, right? So far, so good. Well, until one day. All I did was ask the maid to get me a clean paintbrush when a guy got all grouchy with me.
You have legs, do it yourself.
Who are you to talk to me like that?
Soon to be the owner of this mansion? Any problem? Leave her alone. It's what the staff are here for anyway.
The room suddenly bristled with tension as Brad and that guy exchanged hostile looks. Then he coldly walked away. Suddenly, Brad pulled me out to a corner.
Vicky, sorry for hiding it from you, but I have no feelings for Diana. I'm here to spy on her as she's the reason your father's in jail. I'm here to find evidence and help him regain his honor.
Wow! What?
I know, it's hard to believe, but I need to cooperate with me. That dude is Charles, Diana's son. He'll try to mess with me by all means, so we need to stop him before he does.
It made sense now. I knew Brad loved me really and wouldn't pick some old woman over me. Then he told me his plan. He'd continue seducing Diana and persuade her to get me to tutor Charles, while I had to befriend Charles to get information out of him. I felt kind of nervous, but the chance to clear Daddy's name left me with no doubts. However, Charles wasn't the approachable type. He was so curt and rude. And no matter how wide I flashed my friendliest smile, I always heard no more than 6 words from him. Let's do some still life painting today, shall we?
You do what you want.
I was trying my best to teach him, but he doodled on the page and always came up with the worst drawings I've ever seen. Then one day, he suddenly insisted we go outside for some outdoor portraits, and he'd to draw me. So my plan did work! Yes! I excitedly stood in the bay window and did an elegant pose. It was sweltering standing there, but I endured it for the art. But it had been 4 hours and he didn't seem to have finished. I couldn't stand any longer, so I rushed to him and dropped my jaw to see what his canvas was. Totally blank! I am furious! Calm down, Vicky. Perhaps Charles was like an onion, with multiple layers waiting to be peeled away. So I decided to take a more psychological approach. I asked Diana for Charles's photo book and saw a family photo. This must be Charles's father. I'd paint it, in the hope this thoughtful gesture would move him somehow. On Charles's birthday, I happily gave him the beautifully framed painting. Unexpectedly, upon seeing that, his face darkened, and he had this fiery look in his eyes. He furiously threw the painting to the ground and yelled at me.
Disappear! I can't stand you!
What the? Fine then! Why is this guy gotta be so rude? I spent all week on that painting. What a psycho! I was packing my bags when Diana came into my room. She explained that the man in the photo wasn't Charles's father, but her ex-boyfriend. Charles's father died when he was little. Then her ex was the one who had taken care of Charles since then.
To Charles, he was the world. That kid was even closer to him than me. But then we broke up and he vanished without as much as a word. Charles has been hostile and distant ever since.
I didn't know behind his rocky exterior was such a bitter truth, so I immediately found him. Charles, I'm sorry.
Go!
I might look terrible now, but I was once my father's princess. He gave me everything I could ever ask for, except his time. My parents divorced early, and I was left alone. Just like you, Charles. This loneliness, this yearning for a family bond, I share with you. Seeing his hand loosen, I continued. My intention was never to belittle you. All I wanted was to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding between us. Charles still stayed silent, but his facial muscles had relaxed. And when his gaze met mine, he slammed the door shut. So I decided to stay. And even though Charles continued being a grouch towards me, he stopped with the pranks. I also noticed that when Charles focused on something, he turned into a different person. He always stuck his tongue out, which looked adorable. Watching Charles drawing as if he was fighting with the paper, I came here and guided him, but suddenly our eyes met. He has such dreamy eyes. Oh no, Vicky, less of that. You were here to prove my daddy's innocence and get back to the old life. As for me and Brad, we had to make do with grabbing moments together when we could.
When this is over, we can vow to be together forever and have a wedding more lavish than any of the Kardashians. My love, you must be patient. We will be together properly soon.
However, when everyone was around, Brad kept up the lovey-dovey pretense with Diana. I knew it was totally fake, but I couldn't help but feel annoyed. I couldn't just sit there smiling like everything was peachy. So, after I finished the painting, I followed Brad, intending to ask him what the next step was after I successfully approached Charles, when I spotted him sneakily talking to someone.
Hey, Pop. Yeah, Diana's like putty in my hand. Vicky complicated things, but I came up with a plan to deceive her. I thought that little pest would be long gone by now, but seems Charles hasn't kicked her out. Any ideas?
The fury whirled like a tornado inside me. I instantly charged at him and smacked him in the face.
What? You?
Wait till Diana finds out about this.
Oh yeah? If you challenge me, then be prepared to lose. Say hi to your bridge pals for me.
I immediately found Diana and exposed all about Brad to her, but her face suddenly turned serious.
I knew you'd say anything to divert from the truth, but I know you stole money from me. The maid found it in your room.
Stole? What? What are you talking about? Then I looked at Brad and saw him smirking. That conniving mastermind. Before I could try and defend myself, a staff member hurried in and passed Diana a letter. Charles was missing! Everyone was freaking out and refused to hear me out, and the chaos left me powerless as my stuff was dumped outside the villa. I ended up right back where I started and had a complete meltdown. Worst of all, I was worried about Charles. Was he home yet? The next morning, I was trying to sketch something when out of nowhere, Charles appeared. He handed me the keys to this small but cozy apartment and told me it was all mine. Stunned and grateful also. I couldn't stand but hugged him hard. By the way, where did you go?
Nowhere special. Felt suffocated, so I left.
This time, Charles was like a different person towards me. He visited me every day and even helped me sell my paintings. Over time, my feelings for him grew and we started dating. Our relationship was filled with warmth and affection, and every moment spent together felt like a dream come true. Only, I felt so guilty keeping my dating history with Brad a secret from him, but the fear of losing him loomed over me. If he knew I'd approached him with hidden motives at the beginning, he'd despise me forever. But I had to at least tell him something. Be careful around Brad. I don't think he's a good guy.
I know. He's a gold digger that's part of a romance scam ring, targeting rich women to blackmail them.
Wow, Charles sure knew his stuff. Hang on. Does it mean that Brad intended on blackmailing me too, when I'd been rich?
I'm going to expose him at the wedding ceremony. Come with me.
Today is D-Day. The grand hall was drowned in the ethereal glow of lights. Standing in the center were Brad and Diana, ready to exchange lifelong vows. All eyes were fixed on them. Out of a sudden, the whole hall went dark, and an anonymous face appeared on the screen behind them.
Tonight, we bring the spotlight on our groom, Unbeknownst to many, our Brad Thomas is, in reality, Jackson North, born and raised in Pennsylvania by his father, Richie North, the ringleader of scams to trick rich women into marriage and con them out of their fortune.
Then the evidence of Brad being affectionate with innocent victims started appearing on the screen. After that, the spotlight immediately stopped on Brad, who was about to flee the scene. Diana roared in anger, rushing there right then, and flung a glass of wine right at his face. The whole crowd started to murmur.
Hang on, everyone. The party's not over yet. Check your menus to reveal the other accomplice.
Everyone frantically checked, but then looked bewildered to see all the menus were empty. All except for mine, where there was a photo of me and Brad. So since the beginning, Charles already knew about my relationship with Brad? And he thinks I'm Brad's accomplice? I turned to Charles, but he immediately let go of my hand.
We're over.
This whole time, Charles played me like a hurtful trick, and even thought me capable of something truly awful. I messaged him to meet me by this lake where we used to go. It had been 1 hour, but he hadn't shown up. This might be the final nail in the coffin of our relationship. Just as I was about to let go, I saw him trudging towards me. Charles, listen to me. I'm not with Brad. I tried warning you about him.
I heard the whole sneaky conversation of you two. Your love words and your filthy plan on my family. Then my private detective sent me those photos of you both together that proved me right.
You hired someone to spy on me?
Not you, Brad. That's why I left home. I thought you were my friend.
And I thought we were more than friends. Brad and I did date in the past, but that's all. He tried to use me just like he used others. My feelings for you are real. You have to trust me.
So?
I didn't know about the scam. I'm sorry I ever fell for Brad's lies and first approached you. He told me your mom was involved with my father's downfall, and I guess I so wanted my daddy to be innocent that I stupidly believed him. Charles didn't utter a word. He just turned around and left. But hang on! May I ask, why didn't you publicize my face in that picture with Brad?
I just wanted you to know what it felt like to be hurt. But I couldn't bear to see you hurt either. Let me go. I need some time.
Then he left me there, watching him disappear in the dark as the world around me collapsed. After the rain, the sun finally shines again. The police finally caught up with Brad and his dad and locked them both up. Diana tracked me down and apologized to me. She asked me to go back to the villa and paint for her, but I refused. I can't keep on being so trusting and relying on others so much. It's time for me to believe in myself and stand on my own 2 feet. And more importantly, I couldn't face him anymore. Hi, it's Vicky again, but in a fancier version. After all the sweat and tears, I finally made it as an artist. I was just chosen to collaborate on an important art project with this big company, and my life would turn a new page upon opening this door. Charles.
Oh God! Can I not save one from the pitiless wave? Is all that we see or seem but a dream within a dream? According to the poet, this world and all existing life is an illusion of sorts. As reality doesn't exist, philosophers refer to it as dream argument and dream hypothesis. What? What an interesting lesson! By the way, look at how there's a ray of sunshine coming through the curtains. That's so pretty. This kind of weather indeed puts you in such a dreamy mood, huh?
Yeah, right. But remember, there is no rose without thorns. That sunshine may look glorious, but it will harm your eyes.
Yeah, I know. The maids always tell me that sunlight is the enemy for me, for my beautiful, sensitive blue eyes. Looking at it once, and I'll never be able to see anything again. That's why I've never been allowed to leave this castle. My maids all look identical in those masks, don't they? When I was a child, of course, I once got curious, and I pulled one of them off. As punishment, I was denied dessert for a whole week. And worse still, it wasn't worth it, as the maid's face was exceedingly ordinary. The masks looked far better. Anyway, I suppose all that matters is that they take great care of me. Each day they bring me food, water, and new clothes. I was sipping my leek and potato soup when I heard a scream. "Let me out!" Curious, I went and hid in a corner and saw two maids attempting to lock the screaming girl into a room. I've never seen that girl in this castle before. I wonder if she's from the outside world. Poor her. It looks like she can't control herself. The world out there is scary. Perhaps it has sent her into madness. It's much safer here in the castle. I can play all day, paint, knit, and read. Oh, how peaceful. But I still couldn't stop thinking about that poor girl. I wonder what will happen to her. The screaming didn't stop, and my curiosity got the best of me, so I snuck into the girl's room. Shh! Stop screaming! No one is listening. Who are you? My name is Mistress. What's yours? Mistress isn't a name. Are you stupid? It's just a name. Everybody here calls me that. This girl was so stubborn. She seemed to be wary of everything. Poor little outside world girl. After much persistence, she told me that her name was Nora. I was about to ask her why she was here, when suddenly 2 maids appeared and dragged me away. Mistress, you should not interact with this wicked girl, and you mustn't be late for your embroidery class. It was nice to finally get to talk to a girl my own age, and I must admit that given her brash nature, I found Nora rather interesting. During class, I kept thinking about how I could sneak out and see her again. Ah! Ouch! That annoying girl's screaming made me prick my finger. I ran out to check on her, but the maids immediately blocked my way. Perhaps I could talk some sense into her. Trust me, the last time I spoke to her, she was acting totally normal. The desperate maids exchanged looks, then let me go to her. As predicted, when I approached Nora, she stopped screaming. Hey, it's Ariana. That's my real name. Screaming never works here. Just pretend you're listening to my words, then I'll help you out. The maids were quite surprised when Nora immediately calmed herself down and showed signs of following directions, so they let us be and left. We began to chat, and ever since then, the maids let me see Nora every day. She told me how before her mother died, she gave Nora an address to find her biological father, who she'd never met before. Nora's grandma helped her set up a meeting with him and took her to the meeting point. She was so nervous, but happy at the same time to finally meet her dad. And at first, he was as kind and charming as she imagined. But then unexpectedly, right after they said goodbye to her grandma, he brought Nora here and let those masked people lock her up. But you're fortunate to be here, as it's safe. No, it's not. That's just what they want you to believe. Then Nora told me about the outside world, about her friends, school, and shopping malls. Every day, she even drew me paintings of the outside world, of beautiful memories with her family, her mom who passed away, and also her dad, even though she only met him once. Family? What is that? All I'd ever known were the faceless maids. The next day when I visited Nora as usual, she suddenly told me, "Sis, we need to get out of here." What do you mean? This is my home. No, it's not. It's a prison. Who on earth stays inside for 14 years, huh? It's because of my eyes. I'll go blind if I go out there. My maids only want the best for me. That's why they keep me here. Are you crazy? You've been tricked. Just think about it. Do you know who gave birth to you? And why did that person leave you with these people? Or are these people the ones who took you away from your mom? Don't you want to find out the truth? This was my home, wasn't it? But thinking about what Nora just said, as well as the outside world that she rambled about every day, I suppose it would be interesting to experience it for myself. I'd just have to try my best to protect my eyes. So, I snuck into the housekeeper's room and stole the front door key. As we approached the main hall leading to the door, we saw a masked woman standing by a man. In his arms was a young girl, deep asleep. Huh? That's my dad. What? Did he come to pick you up or something? Don't you see that they're all in the same boat? And she's the ringleader. I peered closer at them and spotted the masked woman's silver hair and luxurious dress. Isn't that my tester? She lives in the Grand Suite and visits me weekly to assess my learning and etiquette.
Mom, how are you going to handle this case? Just leave her in the empty room at the end of the hallway. As for Nora, I think she'll settle in properly in a week or so. Then we can start her etiquette and culture lessons. Which Nora? Ah, I remember. Besides, you should restrict yourself a bit. Ariana, Nora, and now this child? Don't let the list of your illegitimate children be as long as your arm. Then you can just throw them away somewhere. Why bother raising them? They are my grandchildren, after all. They can't end up like those street rats. And who knows? They may become useful. But this has to be the last one. We can't risk Laura finding out about us. It would ruin our family's affluent name. Do you understand? I know. But fear not, as my wife is kind and foolish. She is completely clueless to these matters, thanks to your smart move.
So, we were this heartless man's illegitimate children? And because of his deceit, he was forcing us to live in darkness? I don't want to be locked up and lied to any longer. We needed to escape. From then on, Nora kept her act up and behaved like an angel, which eventually led to us being allowed to study together. And today is the day. Oriana is having a convulsion! We must take her to the hospital as soon as possible! However, the maids called the doctor to come round here instead. No! The plan was to escape when we were taken outside. If the doctor came here, he'd discover that my rashes were painted on and our plan would be disclosed. Okay, plan B. I was still lying on the bed playing the whole role of a patient, while Nora locked the door of the room and went to the bathroom screaming. Help! There's a giant spider in here! As expected, the doctor went to check. Then Nora immediately locked him in. Then we quickly took the knotted string made of the fabrics and embroidery class out from under the bed, and then escaped through the window. Ah! I got my head between my hands as soon as I landed. I didn't expect it to be so bright outside. It's burning my eyes, Nora! What? There's no time for your hysterics. You'll be done if you're stuck here anyway. Just open your eyes and run! Hurry up! But I'm scared! Huh? Nothing happened. My eyes seemed fine. But no time to celebrate, as then I saw... Oh my God. A couple of maids were chasing after me. Nora pulled my hand and ran towards the garden. Fortunately, we were already out of their sight when... Woof, woof! A huge hound appeared out of nowhere and growled at us. I crouched down in a bush and watched Nora wave the dog closer, and then pat him. What? Magic! The dog suddenly became unusually obedient and led us to a secret place. A dog-sized passageway. I hesitated, but seeing the maids gaining on us, I reluctantly squeezed through it real quick. I can't believe I'm putting my destiny in the hands of this reckless girl. She said we had to get to her grandmother's house right away for help. What are those things running back and forth on the road? Why are they making that loud, annoying noise? And why is Nora waving her arms about? Did she want them to stop? Too bad nobody did, as she's no princess. We kept wandering until we saw something which Nora called a truck parked on the roadside. She rushed over, then helped me onto the back of it. Oh, it was full of bananas. I stuffed my mouth full of them to ward off my starvation, while the scenery kept changing. That thing stopped, and we immediately got off before getting caught. I held her tight, frightened of all the people around us. They kept staring at me. And what kind of style was that? They all looked very peculiar. Maybe they were just commoners. Then we used our power to demand a man to take us to Nora's grandma's. Oh, it was exhausting. What? The outside is actually beautiful, sparkling with all those lights. And there are exhibitions of everything in the world, such as food, toys, flowers, and even creatures. Yes, everything! But the most important thing was that my eyes didn't get sore looking at those shiny things at all. Nora's grandma seems kind, but her home is full of the strangest of items. While Nora told her what had happened, I found myself bewitched by the talking black box on the wall. Suddenly, Nora's grandma led us to her far smaller truck and took us to somewhere called the Cops. They all wore these same funny outfits and bombarded us with dozens of confusing questions. And what exactly is an ID card? A few days later, there was news that the cops had caught my so-called dad, grandma, and maids also. As predicted, he was a womanizer. So when his lovers asked him to support his children, he was so afraid that his wife would find out that he took these children and locked them away in the castle. They're currently awaiting something called a trial, which Nora says is where bad people get their comeuppance. Whoa! The world outside is so busy. I didn't realize there'd be so many unmasked faces. And that strange talking box still startles me, especially when someone is holding a weapon. Nora says when I've adjusted to my new life a little more, I'll start school with her. And one day I'll even learn how to drive one of those smaller trucks. But firstly, she's teaching me how to dress like other people do, and use this brick to communicate with them. This world is puzzling, but I'm sure with Nora's help, I'll soon find my feet. Even if it's just so I can learn how to reply to my dashing neighbor.
I was on my way to Julia's house for a study sesh when out of nowhere, I found myself flying onto the ground. I was so stunned, I didn't even see the ball that had hit me, or the fact there was a cute guy rushing over to check if I was okay. He helped me up and apologized. Then he pulled a Band-Aid out of his bag. Oh my, who is he? I'd scraped my hand pretty badly, but I almost didn't mind because now I was face to face with a gorgeous guy. In fact, I was so busy staring at him and blushing that I didn't even notice Julia marching towards us.
What are you two doing?
Turns out the cute guy was Callum, Julia's boyfriend. Ugh, Julia. Of course. Every nice thing is always hers. I'm Jenny, by the way, and that lucky girl is Julia. She's the daughter of the richest guy in town, Mr. Walsh. We're supposed to be friends, but we honestly have nothing in common. I mean, my family is pretty poor. It's not our fault, though. My dad sadly passed away, and so it's just me and my mom trying to make ends meet. Julia, on the other hand, has a silver spoon shoved down her throat. But fate still brought us together. I know it's kind of wrong, but that night I couldn't stop thinking about Callum. He now, in fact, gave me motivation for the next study session with bossy Julia, as maybe he would be there again. I even put on makeup and skipping on the way to her house the next day. But, well, it was all for nothing, because Callum was nowhere to be seen. Instead, I had to sit and listen to Julia go on and on about her trip to Paris. I pretended that I was okay, but actually, I always dreamed of visiting the city of light and gazing up at the Eiffel Tower ever since watching Emily in Paris. Dream on, Jenny. Anyway, Julia was incessant. She loved making me look like a fool, and even said, "Aw, poor Jenny. Maybe one day you'll get to go to Paris. But until then, you can just look at all my photos." Honestly, why was she so cruel to me? Last year around my birthday, she'd even shown me a fashion magazine and asked me which dress I liked best. I thought she was buying gifts for me, but instead, she showed up at my party in the exact dress I pointed out. I couldn't believe it. She just winked at me and laughed, and I seriously wanted to scream at her. Anyway, after looking at about 1 billion Paris pics, Mr. Walsh appeared. He looked happy to see us sitting so close and studying together. If only he knew the truth. But I had to pretend I had a lot of fun with Julia and helping her study, at least for his sake. Mr. Walsh was a good friend of our family, and ever since my dad passed away, he'd been looking out for me, and was even paying my school fees. I couldn't let him down. But you know what? I actually started to get excited to go over to Julia's now, as the thought of bumping into Callum again gave me butterflies. I even got myself a new hairstyle, but he was never there, and I always left feeling disappointed. Then one time, after school, it started to rain dogs and cats, and I had to run for it. Then suddenly I felt an umbrella over my head. Guess what? It was Callum coming to the rescue. It was like something out of a romantic movie. He even offered me a lift home. My heart was racing so hard I was afraid he'd hear it. I just sat there in silence, dripping rain all over his clean car. I even caught him looking over at me a few times, and my heart felt like it was going to leap out of my chest. He pulled up at my house, so I was about to get out when he touched my arm and said, "Can I get your number?" I was confused. I mean, wasn't he Julia's boyfriend? He then explained that he was just hired to be her fake boyfriend so that all the flirty boys would get out of her way. Wow, I couldn't believe it. He asked me to keep it a secret, as Julia would end us both if this story got out. Okay, it all made sense now. That's why he never came over to her house. I felt so happy. Over the next few days, Callum and I chatted a lot on the phone, and then eventually he asked me out on a date. We went to the fun fair, and right away he held my hand. It made me feel so special, and I never wanted him to let go. We were having so much fun. Then a familiar voice pierced the air. "Well, well, well. Isn't that my dear friend, Jenny?" I felt dread rush through my whole body. We turned around, and there was Julia and her girl gang all standing there with their arms crossed. Callum dropped my hand and rushed to Julia's side. "It was all her, babe. You gotta see the messages she sent. She's been flirting with me for weeks. It's pathetic." Whoa, was he for real? A second ago he was about to lean in for a kiss, and now he was bad-mouthing me? How could he be so two-faced? I tried to explain to Julia, but she wouldn't listen. She just called me a traitor in front of everyone, and told all her friends to lock up their boyfriends in case I try it on with one of theirs next. I was devastated. Everyone was staring at me and judging me. Ugh, if only I could vanish into thin air right now. And as I was thinking about where I could escape to, a guy appeared, grabbed my wrist, and pulled me away. It was Stefan, the guy who lived across the road from me. I didn't understand why he helped me, but I was so grateful that he did. He walked me home and tried to cheer me up by saying how his mom used to love our bakery so much, and that the carrot cake my mom made was his mom's fave. This made me smile, thinking back on all those happy times in our family bakery. When my dad had died, we'd had to sell it to pay off some debt, and life had become quite difficult. Luckily, Mr. Walsh was helping out, but after what just happened with Julia, I wasn't sure I'd be able to face him. The next day at school, everyone was staring at me. I couldn't even find a place to sit at lunch. What had I done? I'd ruined everything. And then it got worse. My phone beeped. It was Mr. Walsh. He said he was so disappointed in me and that I no longer needed to come and tutor his daughter. I wanted to cry, and at the same time I felt so much relief. But then I read on and he said, "I'm sorry, but I can't keep my promise anymore. I'll continue to subsidize your school fees, but you'll have to figure something out for college. Good luck." My heart plummeted. Not only had I been shunned by everyone at school and backstabbed by Callum, but now the door to college was being slammed in my face too. What would I do? My life was over. I felt so sick. I just walked out of the canteen and went home. I didn't dare go to school over the next few days. I was miserable. And just when I'd given up all hope, there was a knock at my door. It was Callum. What was he doing here? He said he was sorry for what had happened and that he missed me so much. Then he asked me if I'd be interested in being his secret girlfriend. What in the world? I was so angry, I wanted to slam the door in his face. But he was fast enough to catch my hand, which took me aback. At that exact moment, Stefan happened to walk past. Seeing me standing there with Callum, his face changed and he immediately walked away. Oh, no. I definitely couldn't let him misunderstand anything about me anymore. He's the only friend I had left. I yanked my arm away from Callum and chased after Stefan. I finally caught up with him and blurted out how I'd been feeling like the whole world was against me, and that I didn't know what to do. He told me to calm down, then we went to sit on a bench in the park, as he let me confide everything in him. By the time I finished talking, I was on the verge of tears. Then he said, "Listen, Jenny, you're better than this. Don't dim to fit in with those people at your school. Good people will see you for the real you. You're strong, and you can get through anything. I know you can. He was right. I was better than this. I didn't need to sink as low as Julia and her friends, and I certainly didn't need to rely on Mr. Walsh's money. I'd figure this out by myself, like I always did. So I applied for a part-time job at a coffee shop. Earning my own money felt so good. Suddenly I felt free, and I knew everything was going to be okay. But then one day when I was working, Julia and her gang came in. They still weren't over what happened, and in front of everyone, they brought up what I'd done to humiliate me, and they even recorded it, and I couldn't stop shaking. This was too much. That's when I threw a cup of coffee all over Julia and ran out of there. Julia shouted after me that she was going to tell my mom everything I'd done. Without a doubt, Julia really did it. She even sent my mom photos of me and Callum at the fair. And well, my mom didn't take it well. I rushed home to try and explain after Mom yelled at me over the phone. But then I couldn't find Mom anywhere. I called her phone and a man answered. He said my mom was in a hospital after she fainted? Oh dear good God! I got to the hospital immediately and found out that she had collapsed from shock, but thankfully she was okay. She had to stay in the rest of the day to be monitored, so I went to get us both a cup of coffee. That's when I saw him. Callum. He was in the ward next door sitting with some girl. I almost dropped the coffee out of shock. They looked close. I waited until he'd left, and then I went to ask the girl if Callum was her boyfriend. Well, turns out they'd been dating for 2 years already. So he was triple cheating? The girl deserved to know the truth, so I took a deep breath and told her everything. She was so upset. We decided to get our own back. So the girl called Callum and asked him to come back. As soon as he arrived, we confronted him and got the truth once and for all. He was never Julia's real boyfriend. In fact, here's the shocking part. He was hired by Julia to pretend to date me and ruin my life. Apparently she was jealous of how much attention her dad gave me since my dad had died, and that her dad constantly compared her to me. He kept apologizing to his girlfriend, saying how much he loved her, and that he only agreed to help Julia so that he could earn some money to help pay for her medical bills. I was stunned. Callum was so apologetic and said he'd come clean about everything. He posted it on the school forum to clear my name, and to everyone to see the ugly truth about Julia. And of course, when Mr. Walsh saw it, he made her come and apologize to me. And he also apologized himself and offered to pay my college fees again. Do you think I accepted his offer? Of course not. I was standing on my own feet now, and there was no going back. I didn't need anyone's help. So you might be wondering how I could afford college. Surely not on my coffee shop salary, right? Well, after graduating high school, I realized how much I missed the bakery. That was where I truly felt happy. So I decided to study to become a pastry chef, and now my mom and I have opened a new bakery. I've never been happier. And there's one last thing I want to share. Oh, in fact, here he is. Hey, Stefan, I've made your mom's fave. Let's go surprise her. I couldn't stop smiling as Stefan took the carrot cake, kissed my cheek, and we headed for his car. Life is so much more simple now, and sweet, and I love it.
So, my dream of conquering Hollywood and becoming a world-renowned actress is finally beginning. Today is my first casting. Oh boy, I hope it runs smoothly. Now I just have to change my clothes. I heard that Jenny Sinclair is here too. She's bound to get the main role, as her billionaire dad is too influential for her to not to. Ugh, you mean Jenny? The talentless eye candy? She's nothing special. Her dad's loaded, and it's rumored her mom is a famous actress. But after giving birth to her, she abandoned her for a movie role. This is so unfair. How are we meant to compete with some rich girl with a paternal sob story? Yes, I'm Jenny Sinclair, the daughter of billionaire Rod Sinclair, and the rumored daughter of a mysterious famous actress. People think growing up in wealth means my life is super easy. Wrong! My dad refuses to talk to me about my mother, hence even I myself don't know who she is, and Dad is also completely against my acting dreams. You see, I definitely needed to win this role on talent. Then they'd all take me seriously. It's almost my turn. I'm so nervous. The movie's called The Servant, so the main role is for the part of this maid. And Mrs. Sharma, a veteran actress who had just come back from Hollywood, will play the role of the ruthless mistress. Ah, this is it. Fingers crossed I don't forget my lines.
Next, Jennifer Sinclair.
Ignoring the buzzing gossip behind me, I confidently stepped onto the stage and smiled at Mrs. Sharma. She seemed a little surprised when she saw me.
Fetch me a cup of chamomile tea.
I was walking with the tray when... Oops! I tripped and fell, and the cup shattered across the floor.
You incompetent girl! You do realize that cup was worth more than you are?
Huh? This wasn't in the script. Stunned, I just stood there with a confused look on my face.
Poof! Miss Sinclair, how are you supposed to be an actress when your reactions are this abysmal? Acting is also about improvisation, not just learning the script by heart, young lady. Jenny, you clearly didn't do your research, as you're clueless about this character.
I regained my composure, hurriedly apologized to Miss Sharma, and begged the director to let me try one more time.
I don't have time for this. How can a young girl who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth ever understand the life of a maid? Please leave. Other contestants are waiting.
So, my dream casting became a nightmare. Ugh! It felt like the whole world was laughing at me. Miss, please get up. You need to eat something. Please don't be down. There'll be plenty of other opportunities. No, that was my big chance, and I blew it. Lucas Hemingworth hates me. That basically means the whole industry will now shun me. Oh, him. My aunt's his housekeeper, and she said he's a horror to work for. He's fired 5 housekeepers within the last month, and now nobody dares apply. Don't let him get you down. Everybody knows how obnoxious he is. Did you just say Lucas Hemingworth is looking for a maid, and you know the housekeeper there? That's right, but this is the perfect way to show him that I'm not just a pretty face. I might seem like a spoiled rich girl. I sure still can play the role of a maid better than anyone else. Please help me, or else I'll go on a hunger strike. Before she had a chance to reply, I grabbed the glass of milk and glugged it all in one breath. Okay then, we have the deal now? Hey, it's me, Jenny. I pass for a maid now, right? Remember what I told you, and never set foot in the master's working room without being asked. Now go to the warehouse and get me the box of Christmas decorations. Ugh, this box was so heavy. Suddenly I bumped into something, and as I fell, all of the Christmas decorations scattered across the floor. Huh? What was beneath me? Oh no, I was lying on top of someone. Oh my god, it was Lucas. I quickly got off him and apologized, but he just tutted at me, then walked off. I was feeling dumbfounded as I picked up the decorations when this girl approached me. You're the new maid, huh? Don't think that being pretty means you can seduce my dad to become a famous actress or something. Here's a piece of advice. Don't even dream about it. From now on, this maid serves me and only me. What a bummer. It was only my first day and I'd already got on the wrong side of Lily, the director's daughter. She already had a reputation in the modeling world for her extremely unpleasant personality. And indeed, from that day on, whenever she was home, she spent every second of her time tormenting me. Once, Lily asked me to bring her a cup of hot tea, but as soon as I put the tea tray down, she immediately changed her mind. She wanted her tea to be cool instead, so I had to stand fanning the cup for half an hour. Then, on another occasion, she ordered me to stand by the pool in the midday heat holding a tray of fruit. Then after each lap, she made me feed her a piece. It's not surprising I ended up with heat stroke and fell into the pool, which must have been extremely funny to Lily. Ugh. Well, she who laughs today may weep tomorrow. The next day, while watering the roses in the backyard, I caught sight of Lily acting out the part of the maid in front of her father through the living room's window. It seemed that she wanted to take the lead role in the movie too.
I think you should just focus on your commercial advertising projects. You haven't learned the lines, and your fake crying is terrible. Do you even know which book this movie is adapted from?
Then he just left, leaving her with her tantrum. At that moment, Lily caught me standing there laughing. So, as punishment, She ordered me to clean every single book in the library. Ugh! Whatever. I liked books anyway. Standing on the ladder cleaning, I happened to see the original copy of The Servant, the book the play is based on. I took it off the shelf when suddenly the sound of the door opening startled me. I quickly put the book back and tried to climb down the ladder, but then I misplaced my footing and... Ah! Firm hands grabbed my waist and guided me onto my feet. They were wearing a hoodie, mask, and sunglasses. OMG, had a thief just saved me? Who are you? How did you get in? This is trespassing. Do you realize whose house you're trying to rob?
And you, do you know who you're talking to? Thief. Ridiculous.
Then he pulled down his hood and took off his sunglasses and mask. Oh God, it was Jack Jerome, the hottest actor on the scene right now. Before I could react, Lily's high-pitched scream startled us both. Jack, you're here! It's so exciting that you're staying with us for the next few months. I'm such a huge fan. To Lily's dismay, Jack ignored her, then coldly walked out of the room. So, turns out Jack's been cast as the male lead in The Servant, and to avoid adding to his already scandalous past and thus affecting the movie, Lucas insisted he stay here during filming. Anyway, even though I didn't like Jack at all, at least him being around meant Lily was too busy clinging on to him to pester me. These days, I often take advantage of the late-night cleaning time to study the original book. The last audition is coming up, and I have to understand my character better than anyone else. I was cleaning the kitchen while reading when suddenly I heard footsteps. Who could it be at this time?
So, you like this book? It's confusing though, right?
Are you suggesting a mere maid like me isn't smart enough to understand it? I have no idea why you're cast as the warm, kind-natured, sincere part of Alfred. You're clearly the opposite of him.
It's called acting, sweetheart. So are you saying an actor must be exactly like their character in real life? Then shouldn't you be more cautious, since I just played a murdering lunatic in my last movie?
He's really unpleasant. Arguing with someone as arrogant as him was pointless. I'd just taken a few steps when I slipped over, but Jack reached out and grabbed my shirt tail, which helped save me from falling flat on the ground, but caused my shirt to tear. I blushed in embarrassment and tried to fix it.
Here, have this,
he said, as he quickly took off his jacket and placed it around my shoulders. At that moment, out of nowhere, Lily appeared. On seeing her, Jack hurriedly left the kitchen. She stormed over to me and yanked his shirt off me. What now? Changing your target already? But let me remind you, you're just some dumb maid. Jack's mine? Oh, poor Lily. You delusional girl. I'm not interested in Jack, but it doesn't take more than a glance to tell he's not remotely interested in her. Because of yesterday's incident, Lily made me wake up at 4 a.m. to bake probably all kinds of cakes that exist on Earth. I'd just finished decorating the last batch when she rushed into the kitchen, snatched the apron and gloves off me, then put them on. I didn't have time to understand what was happening when Jack walked in and she quickly held the plate out to him. Have a bite. I got up early to make it for you. What a fake. Jack was about to pop a piece of cake into his mouth when I realized it was almond. He's allergic to them. Stop! That cake has almonds in it. Here, have this one. He took the cake, then winked at me before he walked off. Yeah, his personality sucks, but oh boy, how to resist that strong jawline and those beautiful deep eyes? Naturally, Lily was furious, so she forced me to make tea. But no matter how much she knocked on Jack's door, he wouldn't open it for her. So she angrily threw the tea tray on the ground and yelled for me to clean it up. Oh my, it was such a mess. The carpet was tea-stained and there were bits of chipped china everywhere. I started picking up the pieces when... Ouch! I cut my hand. Jack immediately opened the door. Then on seeing my bleeding hand, he quickly led me into his room and helped me bandage the cut. I didn't know he had this warm side to him. How surprising. This weekend, the director's having a small gathering for the film cast and crew, so my time was taken up with the preparation for this. Now I was confident to say that I had fully understood what it's like to be a servant. There's no housework that I hadn't tried. I also accidentally lied to the housekeeper that I used to be a bartender, so she assigned the cocktail making to me. I was trying to get my head around the recipe of a cosmopolitan when Jack walked in. Pretty good, but perhaps it needs a little more cranberry juice. You want them merry, not passing out. I know all the guests coming, so I can give you hints on what cocktails to serve them. That's a good thing. I could ask him more about my future co-stars. The two of us talked passionately about wine, cocktails, and the servant book. Turns out he's actually quite sweet, and nothing at all like those ego-driven swine the press portray him as. While talking and drinking, I felt a little dizzy. Suddenly, Jack approached me.
Actually, I find you quite captivating, so you can quit playing around now.
Playing around? Huh? You think I like you? You're drunk. I was about to leave when Jack stopped me.
You're always falling over in front of me. You remember my almond allergy? You're reading the book I'm cast as the lead in. If you don't like me, how come you've been with me this whole time?
I looked at Jack confused. Honestly, every time I faced him, I felt my heart skip. Seeing me blushing, Jack gently lifted my chin and placed a sweet kiss on my lips. Right then, a scream made me jump and almost fell over again. Ah! What on earth are you two doing? I frantically ran out of the kitchen, leaving Lily screaming behind me. I sat outside by the pool until I regained my composure. That was unexpected. My first kiss was with Jack, the scandalous actor I hated the most. I think I needed to leave before things became even more complicated. After composing myself, I went back to my room to start packing, and saw my clothes were thrown across the ground, and there, sitting on my bed with a smug look on her face, was Lily. She waved my passport and script in her hand. Jenny Sinclair, it appears I know your secret. How humble of you to lower yourself to play a maid just to get a movie role. Imagine the scandal if the press found out about this. No one would dare to cooperate with a snake like you. I angrily grabbed my things back, but it didn't work. Lily even pulled out her phone to film and threaten me. Do what I say, else this video goes viral. Then not only will your daddy dearest know you've been scrubbing toilets all day, but imagine the damage your lies will do to his precious reputation. Gah! She was messing with the wrong girl. My method acting experience was over. I was done being her puppet. It's time she realized who's the true master of this game.
Aha! A snowstorm's coming! Perfect for a race. Let's go, my loyal soldiers!
Looks like a big storm, guys.
Shall we head home? Scared already? Cowards! I was born and raised in the snow. This is nothing. Then I signaled for Bam and Holly to speed up, but they stopped and barked non-stop instead. Is that pile of snow moving? I hurriedly ran over to check. OMG! It's a boy! No, an angel with blonde hair. My heart was racing. Is this love at first sight?
Help me.
No matter how much Eldon and Era objected, I insisted on bringing this guy back to my place. I had to take care of him myself. Oh, looks like he'd woken up. Are you okay?
Where am I?
You're in my house. I'm Brenna, by the way. I found...
Oh, God.
Huh? What's wrong? Something on my face?
No. It's just that you're too beautiful. Like a real-life Snow White.
Benny said his name's Beavis. He came here to travel, but unfortunately was met by the snowstorm. Yeah, it's gonna snow heavily in the next couple of days, so you should stay here until you recover. After a few days, Beavis got better, so I showed him around. On the sledge. Although Bam and Holly were practically just walking, Beavis still freaked out so much, he huddled up against me. Hold on tight, I'm speeding up. We went up a hill, then through a pine forest and arrived at, ta-da, probably the biggest frozen lake he had ever seen. I taught Beavis how to drill a hole in the ice, then he excitedly dropped the fishing line. The following days, I continued taking him sightseeing, and we were basically inseparable. We went to see polar bears, kayaking among the icebergs. I taught him how to make instant snow by spraying boiling water into the cold air, and we even watched the spectacular auroras together.
Wow, I've never seen such beautiful scenery before.
Yeah, and I'd never seen such a beautiful face before. Just like that, Beavis spent day after another with me here in the Arctic. It's been so much fun, but for some reason, my friends Eldon and Era were not having any of it. They seemed to hold grudges against him or something. One time when I was arranging supplies in the root cellar, I heard Beavis's ear-piercing scream. I hurriedly checked and saw a white fox dashing out, followed by giggles outside the window.
You're such a chicken, big city boy. It's just an extra-large kitty.
Then Eldon and Era burst into laughter. Ugh, can those two show a little hospitality? At dinner, I cooked him my signature dish as an apology to Beavis for those naughty friends of mine. He was totally cool about it and even told me stories about his friends back at home and about their lives in Florida. Whoa, it sounds so magical. I wish I could lounge around on a beach and soak up the sun while enjoying my coconut drink too. I went to sleep dreaming about the beautiful urban life. Suddenly, a knock on my bedroom door woke me up. I stumbled to answer it and saw Beavis.
Hey, Brenna, could you take me to the toilet? It's too dark outside and that fox might come back.
How cute! He's really good at coming up with excuses to be with me. While waiting for Beavis, I planned out what we're gonna do tomorrow. As he got back from the outhouse, I couldn't contain my excitement and told him right away.
Hey, I'm all better now. Maybe it's time for me to go home.
Huh? Why so sudden?
I'm sorry, but I really can't take this anymore.
No, how could my first love end this fast? It hasn't even started.
Brenna, it's so tough for me to live here. I don't want to boil ice every time I need a cup of water or go to the toilet out in the freezing cold. And how tiring that we can only go around on sleds. But even if we had a car, there's literally nowhere to go in this gloomy place. But still, I've endured it all this whole time because I can't leave you. I think I'm in love with you.
Beavis,
How about you going to the city with me so that we could stay together?
Oh my, it turned out that we both have feelings for each other, but because of that, he had to suffer in silence. Such a sweet guy. And it's true, he wasn't built for this harsh climate. He didn't belong here. The next morning, I told Eldon and Era that I wanted to hang out in Miami for some days. Brenna, I don't think it's a good idea.
That pansy boy must have coaxed you to do this. Don't buy those sweet words.
I tried my best to explain how nice and polite Beavis was, but they wouldn't listen.
Girl, he got you all blinded. You've only known him for a few days, not enough to tell what kind of person he is. Can't believe you're just one of those shallow girls.
Who are you calling shallow? Yeah, right. I was blinded. Blinded by his kindness. Then I stormed off, leaving Eldon and Era behind.
I just worry about you.
Yeah, right. Worry? Or are you just jealous of me? I came home to a shivering Beavis. He couldn't stand this freezing weather anymore, and I couldn't bear seeing him like this either. So I told Beavis that I would go with him. Look how happy Beavis was, and I too was excited to visit his hometown. It's gonna be fun. It took only less than 2 days for us to arrange things out, buy the tickets, ask Era to look after Bam and Holly, and we're good to go. After a long flight, we're finally here. It looks like a completely different world in front of my eyes. Crowds of people rushing left and right. Suddenly, I spotted something. Oh, that looks just like my Holly. What a spoiled husky. At that age, my two buddies were already the best sled dogs in the area. Oopsie. City folks don't seem too friendly, do they? Huh? What else? Why is it moving so fast and non-stop? While I hesitated to take a step, Beavis suddenly carried me up in the air. Don't worry, I got you. Oh boy, he's so sweet. Beavis then got me transformed into a city girl. He took me shopping, then got my hair dyed. I really like my silky black hair, but Beavis said this looked better on me.
This too, baby girl.
This is a tattoo parlor, isn't it? Seeing my confusion, Beavis explained that couples here usually get tattooed on important occasions, and
today marks the first day that you walk into my world, so I want it imprinted in my heart.
So Beavis and I got matching tattoos that he chose. A weird-looking red shape behind the ears. It might not look pretty, but was definitely unique enough to be special for just us two. Once we were done shopping, we went to a luxurious villa. Oh my, is he taking me to his parents? I'm so nervous, not sure how I should behave when Beavis comforted me.
They were nice. Don't worry, just do as they tell you to.
Just then, the main door opened. Everyone turned to look at us full of excitement. This must be the first time Beavis took his girlfriend home then. Hello everyone. Suddenly a man walked straight over and lifted my chin.
Very similar, but this, but that. Just look at her birthmark. It's Demi.
Thank goodness.
Our beloved daughter has returned.
I was still processing everything when everyone rushed to hug me and bombarded me with questions. I turned to Beavis for help, but where is he? What's going on? I tried to explain that I was Brenna, born in the snowy Arctic. Both my parents had passed away, and this was my first time leaving my hometown, but to no avail.
My precious daughter, Beavis told us everything. You fell in the woods and had a concussion, so you're having a temporary memory loss. Just get rested for now, okay?
Oh, where is Beavis then? I gotta ask him something.
Don't worry, your savior will be well rewarded. You'll see him tomorrow.
Everything happened so fast, I'm totally lost. But the most I could do now is to wait until tomorrow. I'm sure Beavis will clear things up. Upon catching sight of Beavis, I immediately unloaded it all onto him.
Shush, just listen to me first.
Turned out, Beavis worked here for the Atchleys family. He escorted their daughter, Demi, on a trip to the mountains, but she ran away. Mrs. Atchley was utterly furious about this and used his ill mother to blackmail him into finding Demi. That's why he risked going out into the snowstorm where we met. But why me? I have nothing to do with Demi.
You and Demi look just like twins. When I saw you, I couldn't believe my eyes either. I did what I did because I was worried for my mom. I hope you can forgive me and help us, please. I'll soon find Demi.
So, you were only using me?
No, I'm truly in love with you, Brenna. I didn't want to be away from you, and you deserve a much better life here, with me.
But
just wait until I find Demi. Then we will run away and live happily together.
Poor Beavis. He seriously had the worst luck. If I were him, I guess I would do the same. So I reluctantly lived as Demi. Luckily, her parents thought I lost my memory, which made it not too hard to be her. One day, I received a text from Eldon. I suddenly remembered that I'd been away from home for almost a month. I wonder if Bam and Holly miss me. To say I was not one bit homesick would be a lie. But there's no way I'd speak to Eldon. So I called Era to catch up on things and asked for her help in the search for Demi. It had been a few days already, but neither Era nor Beavis had heard anything about Demi. Feeling too restless, I went for a walk in the garden. Wait, what's that noise? Eldon?
See what you got yourself into, idiot? Told ya, I saw right through him.
Why are you here? And what are you talking about?
Era already told me. Beavis obviously only sees you as someone else's replacement. He doesn't love you. Let's go home.
No, let me go!
Stop bothering my girl!
Leave me alone, please! You're only making things worse. This place has everything and it's much better than a hellhole in the middle of nowhere. Live there all you want. Don't drag me down with you. Eldon immediately let my hand go. He didn't say another word but gave me a disappointed look. Was that too much? Well, he's the one who kept sticking his nose in others' business. Who is he to control me? After that day, I still saw him lurking around the mansion sometimes. So annoying. Who in their right mind would be out in this scorching heat? Today, Mrs. Atchley, suddenly took me shopping. I guess having a family like this isn't too bad, huh? She said tonight I was attending an important dinner party, so I had to put on this tight dress along with a pair of killer heels. They looked pretty good, but I really couldn't breathe. Jeez, how can anyone do this? It's literally harder than walking on thin ice. Ah! Phew, that was close. Thank you, sir.
Careful, I can't be around to protect you all the time.
Eldon, why is he still so kind to me? I wanted to say something to him, but Mom already signaled for me to hurry up from afar. I rushed to the car, leaving him there. Thanks to Mom's preparation, the guys there were staring at me without blinking, especially this special guest. Mom told me that I was supposed to be smiley and friendly to Otis, but how was I supposed to do that when he kept rambling all these boring stories? My eyes wandered around, searching for Beavis and an excuse to leave.
What are you looking for, sweetie? The most important person is already right in front of you.
Ugh! I pushed him away, then ran off. There Beavis is. We should get out of this boring place. Oh, Mrs. Atchley's here too?
What? That's it? I risk being in danger just to find her and bring her back to you. Don't take me for a fool. I'm only her stepmother, but I can tell that girl isn't Demi. I just let you off since she resembled her quite a bit. You're in no position to demand. But didn't you get Otis all smitten also? Isn't that all you care about anyway? So give me my money. I had to rack my brain to sweet-talk that girl into coming here.
That means your sickly mother doesn't exist either, does she?
Oh, sweet, you've heard it all. So what if that's true?
You won't get a dime. I'll expose your scheme.
Where are you going, sweetheart? It's bedtime.
So my phone was confiscated and I'd been locked in this room for 3 days straight. They wanted me to give in and date Otis, but no way. I tried every possible way to escape, but always ended up getting caught. One morning, I was woken up by dogs barking. Annoyed, I went to the balcony to check and saw Eldon, and bam! Eldon signaled for me to stay calm and flew a paper plane to me, then swiftly left. Let's see. Fine then, if that's what he wants. Let's end things here once and for all. I agreed to date Otis like the Ashleys demanded. I even enthusiastically chose my own outfit, did my makeup with a cute hairstyle. Mr. and Mrs. Ashley were very pleased with that. They couldn't hide their excitement and even stood at the gate to welcome Otis when he came to pick me up. As his supercar arrived, Otis, the preppy guy, had just stepped out when Eldon signaled Bam to charge at him and scared him away. Meanwhile, the Ashleys were screaming for security. I was gonna leave in the midst of the chaos, but don't you dare run away! Ugh! Holly jumped out of nowhere and made Beavis fall to his knees. Holly then bit on his pants and dragged him around. Good job, baby! Right then, a car stopped in front of us, and a girl stepped out who looked just like me. This must be Demi!
Who are you? Why do you look exactly like my daughter?
What kind of father are you to not recognize your own child? This is precisely why I ran away from home. After that, Demi exposed her stepmother and Beavis's evil plan in my stead. Demi's dad frantically apologized to his daughter and admitted that he'd always been so caught up with work that he overlooked family and his wife's scheme.
Get out of my sight at once, and don't even think about bringing a dime with you.
Then Eldon dragged me into the car, and in the driver's seat was Ira. Thank you, Ira. Just me? Eldon did most of it. I shyly looked over at Eldon. Thank you, and I'm sorry.
It's okay, we're friends after all. I'll take care of you at all costs. Anyway, just hope that you've learned your lesson now, Brenna. Not all that glitters is gold.
Eldon's right. This beautiful city is glamorous, but I don't belong here. I belong to the wind and snow, to the winterland I call home. Time to go back. The trip to the city was like a fever dream, but let's leave it all behind, cause I'm busy racing with Eldon. As expected, he's always as slow as a turtle.
Hi, this is for you.
For me? What's the occasion?
The day we stop being friends. Brenna, what do you say if we become more than friends?
Hello, it's me, Jenny, the maid in disguise. If you're wondering why a rich girl like me chose to be a maid, then it sounds like you haven't watched the dramatic episode 1 all about my turbulent time in this house. You should totally go and check it out. I had my dream acting role to get, so what better way to understand the mindset of a maid than to live the life of one? So that's why I'm here, working at the director Lucas's house. Unfortunately, it wasn't all smooth sailing, as his spiteful daughter Lily found out my secret, and now she was intent on making my life a misery. Jessie, Miss Hemingworth is asking for her tea. You see, I was already having 1,000 things to take care of since tonight the director's throwing a party for the movie's crew. And still, Lily wouldn't give me a break with all of her annoying orders. As soon as I put the tea tray down in front of Lily, she looked at me disapprovingly, then took the dish towel from the tray and wiped the lipstick off my lips. Maids have no use for makeup, do they, Jessie? Or should I say, Jenny? Are you trying to seduce my Jack? Stay away from him, else I'll make you pay for it. I leaned close to Lily's ear. Hate to break it to you, but Jack's the one who can't seem to stay away from me. Apparently, you aren't as attractive as a maid, huh? Furious, Lily knocked over the teacup, causing a few drops of hot water to splash onto my hand. Right at that moment, Jack passed by and rushed over to me. Are you okay? Let me look at that. I'm fine. Please go away. I don't want my mistress to misunderstand. Jack helped me up, then turned and gave Lily an opposing look. I didn't do anything. She's just faking it. Without letting her finish, he led me into his room. Gee, Lily sure looked mad about this. I honestly wasn't that hurt, but Jack still gently took care of me. He even softly blew on my hand to help relieve the pain. Can't deny that I was a little moved by his gestures. To be fair, he is handsome. It isn't a stretch that people call him the Adonis of showbiz. Suddenly, I noticed him meet my gaze. Oh no, Had he noticed me staring at him?
Why are you looking at me in that way? You're not even blinking.
Then he leaned towards my face. Was he going to kiss me again? I quickly covered my mouth with my hand, and he just shook his head and laughed.
What do you think I'm gonna do, huh?
I leaped up and raced out of there. Whoa, my heart has never pounded so fast. I composed myself, then went downstairs to continue working. But, well, look who's here again. Surely Lily started to boss me around anew as soon as she saw my face. The night fell, the guests started to arrive, and so the party could finally get started. And while serving everyone drinks, I kept my ear open to catch all kinds of gossiping about the play. Meanwhile, Lily was practically glued to Jack's side. She clearly wanted everyone to think that they were an item. She waved me over, but as I neared her, I noticed her stick her foot out to trip me up. Okay, fine. If she wanted me to fall, then I'd fall. So I purposely fell and spilled red wine all over her beloved bespoke dress. She looked like she was going to internally explode, but I just apologized profusely as I helped her up. Lily got the hump, then went upstairs to change clothes. With her out of the way, Jack asked me if my hand was okay. Was he really worried about me? He gently held my hand to check, then even dusted off my clothes. I gave a shy smile and was about to thank him, but he had already turned away to greet Siren, this beautiful emerging actress. Unbelievable! As I watched him lead her over to the dance floor, I felt so foolish for ever believing a guy like him was capable of having sincere feelings. I angrily left when the housekeeper insisted I fetch more chairs for the guests. Ugh! Being a maid is really miserable. You don't even have time to be upset. As I hurried to the storage room, I saw Lily standing in front of the director's study room, looking sneaky. What was she doing? I cleared my throat, which startled her and caused her to drop her phone. Oh boy, when she spun around and saw me, she sure looked mad. She ordered me to carry her dress, but I told her that I had to finish the housekeeper's task first. Be quick! Meet me by the pool! Then she stormed off. Curious, I peeked through the gap into Lucas's office and saw Mrs. Sharma in there with him. Was Lily eavesdropping on them? After that, I had to carry the train of Lily's dress around the party. Indeed, a showy girl. But her plan to punish me wasn't working, as everyone seemed to pay more attention to me than to her. I even overheard some of them whisper that I was pretty, which made Lily screw her face up in annoyance. Then when we were by the pool, she ordered me to fix her hair, but then she suddenly swung her hands out, which caused me to lose my balance. Panicked, I grabbed onto Lily's dress belt, and we both gave horrified looks as we fell head first into the pool. Lily intentionally pushed me for everyone to laugh at anyway, so fine, an eye for an eye. Seeing as Lily was like a buoyancy aid in that OTT dress, I pretended that I couldn't swim and clung to her, then pushed her head down several times. Suddenly, someone jumped into the pool and pulled me up. It was Jack.
For someone who can't swim, you sure don't seem that freaked out, huh? Next time, try acting more realistic.
Geez, Jack saw right through me. I shyly made an excuse to go change clothes and left. Thank goodness, that chaotic party was over. It was absolutely exhausting. Still, I couldn't stop thinking about Jack and how he always seemed to appear at the right moment. I suppose his actions really touched me. However, there's a chance that he was just using me to annoy Lily, right? She definitely wouldn't let me off this time. Speak of the devil. I forbid you from talking to Jack ever again. You've probably forgotten my warning. My dad's at home right now. Should I go talk to him? Do what you want, but I'm sure the press would love to see some unflattering photos of you. And do you remember how that one time you pretended to be sick in order to avoid participating in a charity program? You dare to sneakily take photos of me? You... It's you who went through my stuff first. I have no interest in Jack, but no way will I ever sit back and let you control me again. Okay, Fine. As long as you don't hover around him, I'll leave you alone. My dad told you to bring him some tea into his working room, so better hurry up. Lucas wants to drink tea while working? Okay. I carried the tea tray upstairs and quickly hid in a room near his office. After a while, I saw Lily come up and put her ear close to the door, muttering, "Why hasn't Dad yelled at her yet? Is she flirting with him again? This fox!" Then she immediately flung the door open, thinking she's going to catch me red-handed. You see, I know that Lucas only drank coffee while working, and also he hated being disturbed. At this point, I slowly entered the room and saw him shouting at his beloved daughter.
"I already said that no one could enter this room without my permission."
I pretended not to understand what was going on at that time and hurriedly placed the tea tray on the table. "Sir, Mistress ordered me to bring you some tea."
"Both of you get out! Now!"
Lily glared at me angrily and walked out. It serves her right for trying to get me into trouble. It's crazy how fast time flies. The last day of casting was the next day already. I stayed up late to practice some more, when suddenly Lily burst in and tore up my script. "I forbid you to audition for this role. It'll be mine anyway, so just give up and save yourself the humiliation." Poof! What to do with this delusional girl? The next morning, I woke up early to get ready, but when I went to open my door, it wouldn't budge. Oh no, it was locked from the outside. Lily had to be behind this. I opened the window and peered down. It wasn't too high, so I tied my clothes together into a rope to climb down. But halfway down, a shirt suddenly ripped and I fell into someone's arms. I scrambled to my feet and turned to see Jack. He was rubbing his arm while frowning at me.
"You love falling into my arms, don't you?"
"I'm in a rush. I don't have time to argue with you." I grabbed my bag and was about to leave when an idea popped into my mind. "Can you take me to the studio right away?" Jack was a bit surprised at first, but he eventually agreed. I transformed while in the car. I took off my wig and brown contact lenses, put on some makeup, and voila! Beautiful Jenny was back. Jack couldn't help but gape at me in surprise.
You... What's going on?"
But there was no time to explain. We'd already arrived at the studio. I hopped out of the car and hurried inside to audition. The director called my name at the exact moment I entered the set. I quickly regained my composure and stepped onto the stage where Mrs. Sharma was already waiting. I told myself I wouldn't let her frazzle me this time. As expected, she tried to throw me off by changing the situation and dialogue. But I took inspiration from my difficult times being Lily's maid and performed my heart out. When I finished, the whole film set started to applaud. Some of them even had teary eyes, which made me burst with happiness. After a while of discussion, the director stood up and was about to announce the results when Lily suddenly appeared. She turned on the projector and asked everyone to watch an important video. Is she trying to expose me right now? But, oh, it was a video of Mrs. Sharma talking to the director.
"Jenny Sinclair is my daughter. I only want the best for her. Please accept my request."
Oh my gosh. So, the rumor about my mom being a famous actress is true. It was Mrs. Sharma who chose her career over me. I fell to my knees and looked at Mrs. Sharma, whose eyes were full of guilt. Everybody took out their phones to take pictures and videos. My ears were ringing, hearing thousands of questions buzzing around. Suddenly, the light went out. In the dark, a hand pulled me out of the crowd. It was Jack. He put his jacket over me and then secretly took me to the car. Jack drove for an hour to a deserted beach. The two of us sat on the sand and stared out at the sea. Suddenly, Jack turned to face me and took my hand in his.
"If you've decided to become an actress, having to face the public backlash over a rumor, whether it's the truth or not, is unavoidable. No matter what everyone says, you just need to stay true to yourself and believe in the rightful things you did.
I smiled slightly at Jack. It turned out that behind this scandalous bad boy image was actually a really brave guy who had been through a lot in this tough industry. Jack took me home after sunset, and as soon as I reached the front porch, I heard quarreling. So I slowly opened the door, kept my ear to the ground, and gently peeked into the living room. Oh my God, Mrs. Sharma is here?
Why did you leave her for 18 years, then come back and mess things up like that? You know very well that I did no such thing. You're the one who prevented me from seeing her. I've always watched Jenny from afar. There's not a single photo of her that I don't keep. If you love her, why did you drag her into acting? You want her to have a suffocating life, always being watched by thousands of people, not having a single day of freedom like you. Meanwhile, I can provide her with a comfortable, pressure-free life. I don't want her to be an actress either. I was the one who asked the director not to give her the lead role. I also want her to have a peaceful life, so I've tried everything in my capability to make her fail the casting. Unbelievable. So that's the truth? Dad, why did you hide Mom away from me? Do you know how much it sucked not having a mom? Jenny, why are you here? Just hear me out. I don't want to hear anything. Jenny, let me explain. Miss Sharma, acting is my passion. You abandoned me to chase yours, but now you want to forbid mine? How ridiculous! Both of you keep saying you're doing what's best for me, but have you ever asked me how I feel? I hate you both! I ran to my room, slammed the door, then cried my eyes out until I fell asleep. When I woke up, I saw a bunch of notifications on my phone. Turns out Miss Sharma went live and publicized her side of the story. The article showed the room full of my pictures from baby to grown-up. She talked about how when she divorced my dad, even though she loved me dearly, she thought he'd be able to provide me with a better life, so she gave him full custody. So, it turns out I do have a famous actress mom, and she does love me. I guess it must have been hard for Mom, and she must have suffered a lot, too. Looking at the pictures of my childhood preserved by her, tears welled up in my eyes. At that moment, my maid rushed in. Miss, congratulations! They picked you! The maid showed me the phone screen. In front of me was an article titled, Jenny Sinclair chosen as the servant's leading lady. I rubbed my eyes in disbelief. This is real, right? It's real, miss. Look, even your casting clip has reached millions of likes, and the comments are full of praise for your method acting. Everyone supports you. I jumped up and hugged my maid, tears streaming down my face. Finally, I've achieved my dream. So, what now? Well, as you can see, I made it. This is the movie premiere. I'm here with my mom. She accompanied me on set and taught me a lot. Suddenly, a firm hand wrapped around my waist from behind. It was Jack. He's always playfully sweet like that. The three of us posed for photos and greeted our fans. The media these days keeps shipping me with Jack. They say we're a case of on-screen romance turning into real-life lovers. But, that's not quite right, seeing as we actually fell in love before filming even started. Oh, that person over there. Is that really my dad? Oh my. Today is indeed the happiest day of my life. Having Dad's support for my passion like this means everything to me. I'm well on my way to becoming an excellent actress like my mom. Or, who knows, maybe even better.
You might think it's impossible to be two people at once. Yeah. I'm Liana, but I'm also Kai. Confused? Then I suggest you check out part 1 of my story. In short, my mom fooled everyone, including me, into thinking I'm a boy when actually I'm a girl, so my traditional-minded family wouldn't be lured into giving away my inheritance. Back in the restaurant, and I'd just shown my mom how I wanted to go back to Philly and tell my family the truth. No, she shook her head. You can't. It's not the right time. But Mom, why? I don't want to lie anymore. Stay here, and I'll tell your father you're doing a master's degree. Again with the lies. I'm sick of them. I just want to be me. I let out a frustrated sigh. I know you do, but I don't want you losing out on your future. I gave her a quizzing look. Come on, Mom, it wouldn't be that bad. Honey, Diamond is back, and she's adamant to worm her way into the company. Oh no. This changed things. You see, Diamond's my sassy, ambitious half-sister. My father had her with his mistress. Now Diamond was back from her studies in Australia and eager to claim what she believed was hers. Ugh. Mom continued. She's always snooping around the house, and her attitude is awful. It's only a matter of time before she refuses to leave. That's why I told you this was not an appropriate time to come out with the truth. Diamond would take advantage of it and turn everything into a bigger mess. Well, that was that. I had no choice but to stay in Canada. Ugh. On the plus side, at least I could be Liana here. Then one night, I just returned home from a party in my bodycon dress and heavy makeup when my phone buzzed. It was a video call from Mom. Hi, Mom. I popped myself down on my bed. Oh, that Diamond is a piece of work. She used my Ralph Lauren trinket dish as an ashtray. Can you believe that? Oh, that's awful. Have you spoken to Dad about it? Right at that moment, I saw my father appear behind Mom, and he asked her if she was talking to Kai. Startled, I immediately took off my wig, wiped my lips onto the back of my hand, pulled off my eyelashes, and wrapped a blanket around me so he couldn't see my dress. I reappeared on screen with a forced smile and lowered my voice to say, Hi, Dad. He coldly asked, Why is your face so dirty? Nothing. Your mother and I are to attend an important corporate event this weekend, and I want you to come with us. It will be a good experience for you. Be home by Saturday. When my father demands something, well, then there's absolutely zero point in questioning him about it, so it looks like Kai was going back to Philadelphia. That weekend, I packed my bags and transformed myself back into Kai. Jeez, I'd forgotten how much it sucked having to wear these unflattering clothes. Mom was there to pick me up at the airport. She rushed over to me and gushed, Look at you. My daughter is so handsome. I have to admit that I was really nervous on the way home. By the time the grand house came into view, I felt like I was going to barf. I hadn't been Kai properly in years. What if I messed up, and then Dad disowned both me and Mom? Mom must have sensed how I was feeling, as she took my hand and led me inside. My father was sitting on the edge of the couch with a black coffee and a ton of paperwork in front of him. Hi, Dad. Mom elbowed me, so I coughed to clear my throat, then in a male voice said, Hi, Dad. Your son is back. Yes. Hello, Dad replied, his attention still on his paperwork. Phew. It seemed that he hadn't noticed my voice mishap. After that, I went up to my room, freshened up and changed into my suit. I sprayed myself with cologne, as smelling like a guy might make me act more like one, right? Later on, my father drove us to the event. He wouldn't stop going on about people he wanted to impress and contracts he was after. So without thinking, I grabbed my mom's purse and pulled out her compact mirror and lipstick. I pouted my lips and was about to put it on when I saw my dad glaring at me in the rearview mirror. It's just lip balm. The flight really dried them out. I licked my lips as I quickly dropped the items back into Mom's purse. Mom peered back at me with a be careful look. The event was hard work. Having to be Kai in front of all these bigwigs took it out of me. So by the time we arrived home, I was ready to sleep for a week. Daddy, I'm so glad you're back. How was your event? A girl suddenly rushed out of nowhere and wrapped her arms around my father. Oh, hi, Mrs. Wilson. And you must be my half-brother, Kai. Hi, she smirked. This was Diamond, my unruly half-sister. Mom and I both muttered back hellos, but Dad seemed oblivious to the tension between us all. It was rather successful. I believe the Woodward contract will be mine very shortly. Well, seeing as you're here, you must stay for dinner. After dinner, Mom and I went to the kitchen to bring out the desserts, leaving Dad and Diamond alone. But as we headed back to the dining room, we heard Diamond say, Please let me be your assistant. I want to learn more about the family company. Besides, I'm far more business-minded than Kai, so I don't see why I can't be the director one day. Hearing this, Mom cleared her voice. Diamond then startled and turned around to see Mom holding up a plate with a smile. Anyone for fruit? The next day, Mom asked me to go on a walk with her around the garden. Through gritted teeth, she said, "You heard what that devil Diamond said to your father. She's after your position in the company. We can't let her get away with this." Oh no. What did my mother have planned now? I didn't want to play games, I just wanted to be Liana. She continued, "You'll have to come back home at once and work in the company. As Kai, of course." "No way," I yelled. "I've followed your selfish rules for 20 years. This is my time now. I'm not doing this." I started to walk away, but Mom pulled on my arm. "Darling, I know." She let out a thoughtful sigh. "But if you tell the truth now, then your father might disown us, which will allow Diamond to wriggle her way to what is rightfully yours. We can't let this happen. It's unacceptable." I shook free of Mom's grip and stormed off. This time she didn't try to stop me. I needed time to think this all through. I didn't want to be Kai anymore, but I also didn't want us to lose everything. I really hate doing this, but I guess it's not totally unreasonable of Mom having to pull out these desperate measures. I found my mother in the conservatory, staring thoughtfully out of the window. On seeing me, she smiled. "Oh, Kai, Mom, I'm sorry. I've been childish. I know you only want the best for me." Mom took my hand and replied, "No. I'm the one who's been asking too much of you. I've been thinking, and perhaps there's a way in which you can be both Kai and Liana." I gave her a questioning look, and she continued, "It's bonkers, of course, but it might just work." She chuckled. "Kai should get engaged to Liana." What? My mother wanted me to get engaged to myself? But then thinking about it, my mother was an expert at bringing her crazy ideas into fruition. Besides, what did I have to lose? Well, besides my entire family and inheritance. So the next day, while I was having dinner with my parents and grandparents, I stood up and announced, "I have something to tell you all. I have a fiancée, Liana. She's smart, beautiful, well-educated, and you're all going to love her. We plan to marry as soon as I finish my master's degree." Then I passed around my phone with a Liana picture on it. My grandparents seemed thrilled, and my grandpa said, "Ah, yes, it's about time our beloved grandson found himself a wife." I held my breath as the picture reached my father, and he peered down at it with scrutinizing eyes. He looked up at me, and for a horrible moment I thought he'd figured out the truth. But then he said, Good. So, when will we meet this Liana?" "Soon. She's just finishing her courses. She's coming over next week. But I still had some paperwork going on at school, so Liana will visit you guys first, and I'll fly home later. That's how excited she is to meet you all." I can't wait, dear. She seems like a lovely young lady." My grandma looked genuinely happy. Then I continued, "Yes, Nanny, she is. And in fact," I turned to Dad, "Liana is looking for an internship. It would be nice if she could get a spot in our company, as she'll have to learn about our family's business sooner or later. Right, Dad?" He seemed pleased as he replied, "Very well. Just bring her over." So Mom's latest crazy plan seemed to be working. After my announcement, I stayed home for a few more days as Kai. Then I flew back to Canada, packed my things, and flew back as Liana. Phew, this was exhausting. Walking into the house with all eyes on me was terrifying, but everyone rushed over and greeted me. Even Diamond. Mom linked arms with me. "Darling, our house has plenty of guest rooms. You gotta stay here, I insist. We all are family now, aren't we? Please, make yourself at home." Smiling, I replied, "Thank you, Mrs. Wilson, that would be lovely." Suddenly Diamond interrupted, "Oh, seeing as this house has that many spare rooms, why can't I have one?" Mom looked flustered, then reluctantly replied, Sure, Diamond. I have never said that you couldn't. Just pick one." This was not part of the plan, but fine. I ain't scared of her. Mom then led me to my room and kept reminding me to be extra careful now that Diamond was around 24/7. On one occasion, I was reading by the window in our home library when Diamond waltzed in and yanked the book off me. Oh, I get it. You're only marrying that half-brother of mine for the first edition books. She winked. I took the book back off her, then politely replied, Yes, I'll marry whoever I need to if it means getting this 8th edition book published in 2017. Oh, the glamour. Hilarious. She just sneered and walked away to hide the humiliation. Unfortunately, even at work, I didn't get a break from Diamond. Instead, I was assigned a job under her management. Ugh. One time, I returned from lunch to find the report I was working on had vanished from my desk. I pulled my desk apart looking for it, only for her to pass it to me at the end of the day. Then, with this devious grin on her face, she said, You were meant to have this finished today, weren't you? It looks like you're in for a late one. Ugh! She was definitely more of an imitation than a diamond. And as he'd predicted, my father ended up getting the Woodward contract, and it was a huge deal. Some of the representatives from the company were coming in to discuss the project, so everyone seemed to be buzzing around like flies in preparation. Diamond ordered me to make coffee and take it to our guests. I was walking with the tray of drinks when I bumped straight into someone. Oh no, the coffee soaked his white shirt. As I muttered out a sorry, I realized something. I knew this man. He looked really familiar. It was Kevin, my old school friend. He'd changed so much, but it was definitely him. I'd recognize him anywhere. But he didn't seem to recognize me, which I guess wasn't surprising seeing as I was dressed as a girl. I wonder what he was doing here. Oh no! I'd just covered my childhood friend Kevin in coffee, but I'm currently Liana, so he didn't recognize me, as he only knew me as Kai. Confused? Then you should check out parts 1 and 2 first. I frantically apologized to Kevin while looking around for some napkins to soak the coffee up. It's fine, he smiled. I smiled back at him. Yep, he was the same kind, sweet Kevin. Suddenly I heard Diamond's voice. Liana, what have you done? Then she appeared next to Kevin and gently touched his arm. I apologize. She's new. It's okay. It was my fault anyway. I wasn't looking where I was going. That's just typical of you, always taking the blame. She gave him this starry-eyed look. Oh, so you two already know each other? I thought out loud. Yes, Kevin and I went to college together in Oz. I introduced him to Father for this project, as I believe he'll be an asset to it. Now run along and make some fresh coffees. Diamond gave me a stare. As I went off to make coffees, again, I wondered about Diamond. Did she like Kevin? Oh, no. That manipulative girl doesn't deserve such a sweet guy like him. Later that day, we had a meeting where my dad introduced Kevin as the leader of the project. Kevin then thanked him and started talking about his visions for this project. And it was so obvious how all the girls in the room couldn't take their eyes off him, including Diamond. Ugh. The next day after work, I followed Kevin out to the parking lot and shouted his name. When he turned and saw me, he smiled, and I instantly felt warm inside. I have something for you, as an apology for ruining your last one. I passed him a new shirt. I hope I guessed your size right. Thanks, you really didn't have to do this. He looked flattered as he took it from me. Yep, you have the size spot on. Impressive. His comment caused me to smile to myself. Living as a boy for years at least gave me a perk of understanding their sizes. I waved him goodbye and started to walk off, but he shouted, Wait, is there any chance I could have your number? You bet. I was blushing so hard by then. And after that, we started messaging each other, and every time my phone buzzed with his name, I found myself doing this gummy smile. Unfortunately, I couldn't stay in my love bubble with Kevin forever. Instead, I had to spend my days being bossed around by Diamond. Ugh. Once, she was ordering me to revise a report I'd already redone twice. Suddenly, Kevin walked over, picked up the report, and said, Oh, this one. You've done a good job with it, Liana. No need to change anything. Diamond looked furious at being undermined, and I couldn't hide my smug look. Take that, little Miss Bossy. After she left, I thanked him for helping me out. It's fine. Hey, don't take much notice of Diamond. She's just intent on impressing her father. If she causes you any more problems, just come find me, okay? Oh, what a sweet guy he was. But one afternoon, I walked into the office kitchen to make myself a drink and saw Diamond and Kevin having a serious chat. On seeing me, Diamond said to him. I'm sorry, Kevin. You needed to know the truth. Then she gave me a snooty look as she passed me. I wonder what that was about. I was going to ask him, but before I could, he just left without so much as a glance in my direction. Okay, that was weird, but maybe he was just busy, right? That evening I messaged Kevin and asked him if he wanted to go for a jog in the park. He agreed, but when he showed up, he could barely meet my eye. Kevin, what's wrong? He was silent for a moment, then shouted, Why? Why did you lie to me? Diamond told me how you're engaged to Kai. Why did you lead me on? I sputtered out, but he just tutted, then walked off. I stood there speechless and wondering how I was going to get out of this mess. If this wasn't bad enough, as I was on my way home, my phone buzzed. It was a message from Diamond. Leave the house and the company by tomorrow, else I'm telling Kai the truth. Of course, I just ghosted her dumb message, and true to her word, the next day, my Kai phone went off. It was Diamond telling me how Liana was cheating on me. It was crystal clear she wasn't going to drop this. Some days later, my father asked me to go to dinner with him, so he could get to know me better before I married his son. I thought this was sweet of him, so I agreed. Besides, this was a great opportunity to test the water, figuring out if he's ready for the truth yet. We had some small talk over the appetizer. Then suddenly, Dad put down his fork and asked me, How is Kai? It's such a shame to admit, but we've grown distant over the years, and it was all my fault. I know I haven't always been the best father. He trailed off. Kai's good, I replied. I guess it was now or never to say what I wanted to. Actually, he's really happy in Canada. And, well, he has these big dreams of becoming an architect. Oh, I didn't know that. He lowered his head. I just thought he'd want to inherit the company one day. His heart isn't in it. He's so afraid of telling you as he doesn't want to disappoint you. He was silent, and I worried he was going to yell at me, only he didn't. Instead, gave a thoughtful sigh, then replied, Very well. I respect Kai's decision, and I will support him on whichever path he chooses. This was totally unexpected from him. I was so overwhelmed, I left my seat to hug him, and I told him I'd pass the words to Kai. Now I finally knew how much Dad loved Kai, which means he loved me too, right? I just needed to find a good time to tell him the truth. The next day, on my way home from work, I received a frantic phone call from Mom. Turns out Diamond had told everyone in the family that I'd cheated on Kai. As I was trying to figure out what to do next, Dad messaged my Liana phone and demanded I come home at once. On the way home, I thought about what I was going to say to him. Geez, this was terrifying. If it went wrong, Mom and I could end up disowned. I knocked on his study, and in a serious tone, he said, Come in. Then on seeing me, he continued, Liana, Diamond seems adamant you are liaising with Kevin behind my son's back. Please explain yourself. I took a deep breath, then blurted out, The thing is, I'm not cheating on Kai because, well, I am Kai. Then in Kai's voice, I continued, while slowly took off my wig. I was never actually a boy. Instead, I'm a girl, but Mom didn't want me losing out to Diamond, so she made me pretend to be a boy. He was so shocked. He leaned back in his chair and almost tumbled backward. I explained to him why Mom and I did what we did. It was such a relief, finally having that weight off my shoulders. I knew Dad needed some time to digest this avalanche of information, so I put my wig back on and went to find Mom. She was pacing her bedroom in anxiety. I've told you to be extra careful around Diamond. Now how are we possibly meant to carry out this plan? Don't worry, Mom. I had found a way to resolve this mess. I comforted her, but didn't let her know that I'd told Dad the truth yet, as that would just make her even more anxious. The next few days, Dad still acted normal, as if nothing had happened, and when I walked into the dining room for dinner, I saw Diamond's face drop. She clearly thought Dad would have chucked me out by now. She slammed her fist on the table and yelled at Dad, Why's she still here? Ignoring her, he asked Grandpa to pass him the gravy. This only angered Diamond further, and she pointed at me and screamed, She cheated on Kai! Kick her out of this house! I put down my cutlery, calmly stood up, and in a confident voice I said, In fact, I am Kai. It was worth doing just for everyone's reaction. My mom turned white. Diamond was dumbfounded while my grandparents clung onto the table in shock. After I'd explained it all to them in more detail, Diamond was the first to respond. "So you and your mother lied to everyone? This is unacceptable. Get out of this house." Poor Mom looked so ashamed. She couldn't meet Dad's eye as she mumbled out, "Don't blame Liana. She was just a child. It's my fault." Then she pulled my arm and whispered to me that we should leave. Diamond sneered. "Those liars. You deserve that."
Will you please be quiet? Else I advise you to just leave.
Dad gave Diamond a stern look. This shocked her, and she sat back down in silence.
I've made a lot of mistakes over the years, and because of them I have many regrets. I was selfish and unkind.
He looked at Mom.
It pains me to know that you felt as though I left you with no choice but to lie to me. I love you, but I know how I treated you was cruel. I was so desperate for a child that I sought comfort in someone else. I know I wasn't there for you and Liana, when you needed me. Now, if you'll let me, I want to make amends."
Diamond jumped up to her feet so fast that the whole table wobbled. She screamed out, "This is nonsense!" and stormed off. So, that sure was eventful. But finally, everyone knew the truth, which meant Mom and I didn't have to lie anymore. And best of all, I never had to pretend to be Kai ever again. The following week, I was roaming around the house when I saw Diamond in her room, packing. I stepped in, and she said, "I'll be out of your sight in a blink. Don't worry. I'm leaving for Miami." I knelt next to her. "I don't want you to go. After all, we're sisters." She gave me this wide-eyed look. But I was horrible to you. You must have been through so much being forced to live as a boy." "Yeah, it was hard at times, but it's okay. I can be me now." I smiled. "I know I was mean. I'm sorry. I guess I've always felt like an outsider. I know my mom wants me to claim what's rightfully mine, and I felt so pressured because I'm no match for Kai." "Don't worry about it. We've all done things we regret. Besides, Kai's gone, so you can just be you. You're a great businesswoman, although you might need to tone down a notch on the bossiness." I chuckled. "Come on, sis. Let's get you unpacked." When we'd finished, I hugged her and said, "Oh, as for Kevin, I think we should fairly compete for his heart." She blushed. "Oh, no, it's fine. I used to like him, but he just sees me as a friend. Besides, everyone in the company knows it's you he likes." I felt good that we'd sorted things out. Now I just need to fix things with Kevin, and I had the perfect idea. I messaged him telling me to meet me by the woods, close to his old school. Then I went and waited by the tree we once built a den in. He walked over to me, a confused look on his face.
"Liana, how did you know about this spot?"
He sat down next to me and I said, "I used to come here with my best friend when I was a kid. He was such a sweet boy. He never judged me or questioned me. It always pained me that I didn't get to say goodbye to him." I could see Kevin's mind ticking away. That's when I took off my wig, wiped away my makeup, and passed him half of a candy bar and said, "It's been a long time coming, but I owe you this." He stared at me, open mouth.
So, you're Kai and Liana?"
I said, "Yeah, it's me. I'm both."
"That's why I always felt familiar towards you. This is unbelievable," he continued. "Wow."
He stared at me through teary eyes.
"Just wow. I mean, this is crazy. I was so upset when you left, and now here you are."
When he got over the initial shock, I told him about my life and why I pretended to be a boy. Afterward, he hugged me tightly and said,
"I'm not losing you again, Liana. I love you."
Hey, Bella here. I'm 23 years old, and I have big dreams of becoming a talent architect. I was born in a pretty normal family. Don't get me wrong, I adore my family a lot, but they don't understand my deep passion. I didn't want to stay in my dreamy childhood town and have some ordinary job. I wanted to design amazing houses and eco-friendly hotels. I studied super hard on my degree, And it all worked out, as this major architect company called the Starcross Estate Company offered me a job. And better still, it meant I got to continue staying in sunny California. OMG, talk about amazing! Well, at least I thought it was down to my hard work and talents. You see, my boyfriend Ed also works for the Starcross Estate. I met Ed at a college party a few years ago. At that time, I was still a student and he was an alumnus. We bonded over our love of modern architecture and ecological buildings. It took over a year for me to build up the courage to confess my feelings to him. We were at this cafe near college, and I was so nervous when I mumbled it out. Luckily, he figured out what I was trying to say, so he held my hand, then said,
Yes, Bella, I'm such an amateur when it comes to matters of the heart, but I feel the same about you.
I fell madly in love with him, and being around Ed, well, it was when I was at my happiest. Then, after my graduation ceremony, I mentioned how I wanted to find a job nearby so I could stay in Cali and be close to him. He said there was a position going at his workplace, and if I gave him a copy of my CV, he'd pass it on. He often told me that he could hook me up with a job there when I graduated, but I just thought he was joking. I mean, he was just some intern, right? It was not like he could help me to get a job at a large company like the Starcross Estate. Anyway, I still gave it to him to find a chance. Then a week later, I got called in for an interview. Then later that day, they called me back saying I'd got the job. I almost screamed when I was running to tell him in excitement, but he just smiled and said,
You didn't trust me back then, did you? Congrats, my new colleague.
I was over the moon and couldn't wait to start my next chapter. On my first day, I was super nervous, but Ed said I could go in with him. As we walked in, the receptionist looked at Ed and said, Morning, Mr. Stratford. Your father would like to talk to you in his office. What? I stared at him open-mouthed. He quickly explained to me how he was not only the head of the project management department, but his father owned the company. I'd been dating him for over a year, and he'd never thought fit to tell me this. It was true that he didn't need to tell me about his family, but this fact was too overwhelming. I had a job in the design department of a prestigious architecture company. And yes, I was the boss's son's girlfriend. This made me kinda awkward. I'd always believed that I could get this job because the company saw my ability, not because the one who introduced me was the heir. But soon, I surely would show that I deserved to be there, regardless of who I was dating. But everything was not that easy. Word soon got around the office that I was Ed's girlfriend, and I was constantly getting dirty looks from other people. Once, I was in the toilet cubicle and overheard some girls talking about me. One girl said, Talk about favoritism. The new girl in the design department didn't even experience one day as a trainee. Then another girl said, That bumpkin wouldn't survive for long. Maybe she only lasts a week. Wanna bet? Of course no. Who will we bet with when we're on the same side? So, hello from the other side. I just couldn't hold it and walked out to see who was bad-mouthing me. And I saw that one of the girls was Diane, who worked in the sales department. What made it worse was she'd always been super nice to me up until this point. I could see their funny faces when they saw me there. Don't act like that. You are still good girls, not talking behind my back, but my front, I said, then left them frozen inside. I thought that would be the end of it, but it turns out it was just the beginning. Since that day, Diane sneered and made nasty comments whenever I passed her, such as, Yuck, have you seen the state of her shoes? And, someone should tell her frizzy hair is not a trend. I tried my best to ignore her, but then one time, I got a really strange email from a customer telling me how she was conflicted if she should go with my design or not, after what my colleague told her about me. It turns out, Diane had told this customer that I was an immoral person who stole other people's designs and tried passing them off as my own. Saying snide comments about me was one thing, but badmouthing my work? Now, that was a step too far. I waited until Diane came out of her meeting, then I pulled her aside and said, Look, you can't go around saying I steal other designers' work and use them as my own. I've worked hard to get here, and saying stuff like that is not fair. She snorted. Yeah, right. You're only here because you went crying to your boyfriend for a job. I'm here because I'm good at what I do. Whatever. You're not good enough, and he'll see that eventually and choose me instead. What? Suddenly, this all made sense. She was being a mean girl because she had a crush on my boyfriend, and she was jealous he was with me, not her. So I kept my cool when I said to her, "If your problem is Ed, and you think you're good enough to deserve him instead of me, you should focus on him only. Don't change your arrow direction to me and my work. You'll get nothing." Diane seemed really mad. So, okay, the one who should get mad was me, not her. Luckily for me, my boss Jim wasn't like Diane. Instead, he was a really nice guy who didn't treat me differently just because of who my boyfriend was. One time, I was snooping through his profile, purely for project purposes, and I discovered he went to the same college as me, just at different times. I mentioned this to him, and he smiled and said,
"Yeah, that's where I met your boyfriend. He's a good friend of mine."
Oh, I hated the word boyfriend at work, so I just ignored it and changed the subject. But anyway, it was good news, right? Jim was Ed's best friend, so at least I could trust him and learn from his work experience. Since I'd worked at Starcross Estate, I often had lunch with Ed, Jim, and Ellie. Ellie was Ed's half-sister, and also his assistant. She was really sweet and ridiculously beautiful. The way she talked and acted made me overwhelmed. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was such the cleverest and gentlest girl I'd ever met. Gradually, I spent more time after work with Ed, Jim, and Ellie. We usually spent all dinner time discussing work. To me, 3 of them were the colleagues that I always wanted to work with. But, except business things, I didn't know a lot about Jim and Ellie's personal life. Ellie was sweet and all, but she was also a kind of private person and somehow distant from others. Except for Ed, of course. And about Jim, he even had never been close to me and only seemed to talk about work stuff. They were both close to Ed, so I wanted to make friends. But, well, maybe they just saw me as their colleague. As for work, yeah, that was going pretty great. But then in true mean girl fashion, Diane struck again. One day, she stormed over to my desk, slammed a folder full of my designs down onto it, and started yelling at me. "You've not followed the customer's requirements, and they're not happy." I replied, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'll fix it right away." "It's not good enough? You're clearly not good enough to be here. Your work's sloppy, and you don't listen." I forced a smile back and said, "Okay, I'll fix it." She didn't let me finish my words, but just rudely walked away while all of my colleagues were looking at me suspiciously. This whole incident made me feel super deflated. I didn't understand it. I reread the design requirements through and had never seen those orders. Hadn't I? I tried to forget about it all and enjoy my evening, as I was out for dinner with Ed, Jim, and Ellie. We were just quietly enjoying the meal as usual when Ed and Ellie had unexpected work pop up and had to leave. Jim gave me a lift home, and I thought it would be a super awkward and silent journey. But then he asked me if I was okay about what Diane had done to me. I didn't expect him to care about my problem. I always thought that Jim was a stone cold who cared about nothing but work. But turned out, he was so delicate and caring. Then he continued,
"As a head of my department, I'm sorry that I can't step in to defend you if the problem isn't big enough. Because, it could make the situation worse, and you might suffer more from everyone's gossip."
"I understand," I honestly said.
"I think you're a very talented designer, and Ed's girlfriend or not, there's no doubt that you're the best person for the job. If I was you, I'd carry on doing what you're doing and show them all how deserving you are to be there."
Jim smiled and patted my shoulder when he said that. I really appreciated Jim's words. I knew he was a nice guy, but he seemed so work-focused and could come off kinda cold, so it was good to see another side to him. I took his advice, and I put all my motivation into creating the best work possible. I read through all the job requirements I was sent at least 3 times and jotted down notes so no one could catch me out again. And I often spent my breaks in the office learning more about the company or discussing architecture with Jim. I was finally beginning to feel like I belonged there, and that my colleagues were beginning to believe this too. Little did I know, another storm was waiting for me. That day, when I was about to leave work, an email from Diane popped up. I opened it thinking it was work-related, but no. It said, "Break up with Ed right now before everyone knows what a loser you are. He loves me, not you, and I have proof." Attached to the email were a bunch of pictures. Seriously? Could this actually be happening? My heart was pounding like crazy. and my hand was shaking as I clicked on the first image. Hey, Bella here, the girl with the huge dreams of becoming a world-class architect. So, thanks to my boyfriend Ed, I got a job at the super prestigious Starcross Estate Company. I then found out that he was the owner's son. Because of this, some of my colleagues took an instant disliking to me. The worst of them all was this girl called Diane, who made snide comments toward me and kept on undermining my work. But then she went too far when she sent me an email telling me to break up with Ed because he loved her, not me, and she had pictures to prove it. I tried to stay calm as I clicked through the pictures she sent me. One was taken on the recent business trip they went on and was of them sitting next to each other, which obviously didn't prove anything. Another picture was of Diane resting her head on the shoulder of a shirtless man. Okay, so his build was similar to Ed's, but his face wasn't in the picture, so it could have been anyone. There were also images of text messages, allegedly between them both. One message said, "I don't like Bella anymore. I love you, bae." But the fact that Ed used an icon in this message screen capture made me suspect that it was just fake evidence. I knew Ed never uses memes and detests slang. He always types messages out in full sentences with perfect punctuation. As I looked through the images again, I thought that if somebody else sent me this email, I might believe it. But this person was Diane. She showed her jealousy towards my relationship with Ed all the time, so she might do this just to destroy our love. I decided not to let her bother me. So I sent some pictures back to her of Ed and me happy together. Then I prepared to go home. I guessed this made her angry, as the next day she messaged me demanding that I meet her for coffee after work. I tried ignoring her, but geez, she was so persistent. When I blocked her on social media, she bombarded me with messages via her work email. I had to agree to meet her in the end just so I could get some peace. I walked into the cafe to see her drinking a coffee and eating a muffin. She waved me over like we were friends or something, then said, "You are so stubborn. Ed doesn't love you, so break up with him and move on. He likes me, not you." I glared at her. "Oh yeah? So when did this so-called affair start?" She pauses for ages before saying, a month. No, 2 months ago." "Okay. And how do you know he loves you?" There was another long pause before she said, "He tells me all the time." Duh! I told her she was being ridiculous, and she should try finding a real-life boyfriend, not making up stories about mine. As I walked out of there, she shouted after me, "You'll regret this, Bella. Just you wait and see." As crazy as Diane's behavior was, it did get me thinking. There was no smoke without fire, and it was true that Ed had been acting differently around me recently. He barely had lunch with me anymore. He canceled on our date plans due to a work commitment. And then when I made dinner reservations for the two of us, he brought Jim and Ellie along too. Then the business trips became a more regular thing. They were almost every weekend and on random weekdays. Whenever he was away, he never rang me or sent me a message. His excuse was he was busy. But how hard was it to send a text? And the same this time, he was having a long business trip to New York. He went with his team, which included Ellie, and you won't believe, and Diane. Ugh! This made me even more worried. What if Diane wasn't as crazy as I thought? What if Ed really was having an affair with her, and now they had a 1-month trip together? I was very anxious about all of this, but I think I would wait for Ed to come back to meet and ask him directly. It had no solid evidence, and I should believe my boyfriend, right? Anyway, we had a huge project at work. So I tried my best to suppress my worries and focus on my job. Luckily, Jim was always there to offer me advice and help me every time I struggled. Actually, he was a really great guy. And then one time, he totally saved my ass. That day, it was almost home time when my computer suddenly turned itself off and I hadn't saved my drawings. It wouldn't turn back on and I freaked out. There was a full day's unsaved work there. Ugh! How could I be so careless? I was fumbling around underneath my desk trying to fix my computer when Jim appeared and asked me, "What are you doing down there?" I don't know what happened, but I've lost everything I've done today on the Ernest project. He said, "Let me take a look." Then we spent the next 3 hours trying to fix it. Luckily, Jim turned out to be good with technology, so he managed to restore all of my data. I was so thankful. Then I said, "Thank you so much. You must be hungry now?" Would you like to go eat something? My treat for helping me. He smiled as he said,
Sure.
Okay, so it was too late. All the nearby restaurants were shut, so we popped into the convenience store and grabbed some instant noodles, candy bars, and coffees. But it wasn't so bad, actually. Jim smiled and told me,
This was so fun. It reminds me of my college time.
We both laughed. Then we talked about our hobbies and goals for the future and stuff. The next day, I finally got through to Ed. When talking to him, I still appeared to be fine, but I started to tell him more about my problems and pressures at work, and said that I hoped he would come back soon because it would make me more comfortable. I expected him to reassure me and also say that he wanted to meet me too, but no. He told me that lately he was very busy with many projects and I should just ask Jim for work-related help, as he was my boss. Jim was also a close friend he trusted very much and could take care of me when he was not around. I was super disappointed with Ed's answer, so I said, Yep, Jim might be nice to me, but he's my boss, not my boyfriend. He didn't have any responsibility for staying by my side and protecting me like what I need from you. You've changed, Ed. You don't want to be with me anymore, do you?
Bella, stop overthinking. I'm on a work trip. I'm busy. That's all.
I was so mad, and I hung up and I refused to return his apology message. Then, for the rest of the week, I put all my focus into work and tried to block all things Ed-related out of my mind, but it was hard. I missed him like crazy. Then the weekend arrived, and I was relaxing with a book when I heard my doorbell. A part of me was hoping it would be Ed, only when I opened the door, I saw Jim standing there. He said,
Hi, Bella. Sorry for just showing up. Ed asked me to take you out. I think he's afraid you're in stress overload with work or something.
On hearing this, I didn't know whether I should feel happy or sad. So Ed did care about me, didn't he? But then, why wasn't it him at my door, not Jim? So I said, Thank you. That's really nice, but I'm not really in the mood. He replied,
It's no bother. In fact, I know just the place to make you feel better. You may even get some inspiration for our project.
To be honest, I was kind of curious. And if it was work-related, then it would be dumb to miss out, right? To my complete surprise, he took me to the new Museum of Architecture. There were so many amazing models on display, and Jim was a great tour guide. He even led me into a room displaying a 3D model of a city hanging in the air. OMG! It was incredible! I hadn't smiled so much in a long time. Being around Jim was great, but he didn't make me feel like I wasn't good enough or make out I was overthinking things. Instead, I could relax and just be me. Afterward, we went to a wine bar and he bought me a cocktail and we sat down in this cozy booth. He smiled at me and asked,
How do you feel now?
I replied, Much better. Thanks. And thank you for persuading me to go out. I've wanted to go to that museum for ages, but it seems Ed's always too busy to take me. Anyway, thank you. I had a great time. We started on the shots, and it wasn't long before I began to feel tipsy. The problem was that the more I drank, the more emotional I felt, and before I could stop myself, I ended up pouring my heart out to Jim. You know what? Recently, I'm not fine at all. I'm stressed at work, I'm stressed with all this Diane drama, and now even Ed is stressing me out. He raised an eyebrow.
Ed? Really? Why are you worried about him?
I replied, Diane keeps telling me she's having an affair with him. She even sent some photos, but they didn't seem very legit. But these days, Ed is so different. He's so cold and flat towards me. He couldn't even be bothered to come and see me. He sent you instead. No offense. Jim sympathetically looked at me and sighed. He didn't say anything. Then, because I'd drunk too much, I didn't think before I asked him, if Ed really betrayed me, then would you be on his side or mine? There was an awkward pause, so I laughed it off. Ignore me. I know you're Ed's friend, so of course you'll be on his side, right? But then, to my surprise, Jim answered, Hey, it's me, Bella again. Are you curious about the next part of my story? So, before I tell you what happened next to me, just have a quick refresher. In the last episode, I got to work in Starcross Estate Company, and there's this girl called Diana, who constantly bothers me. She even said that my boyfriend Ed loved her and told me to break up with him. Of course, I'd not be fooled by her, but the fact that Ed's behavior became more and more cold to me made me feel anxious. Later on, Ed had a long business trip with Diane. Whilst I was in need of his reassurance, he still kept his coldness towards me. That's why we ended up having a big fight. Then he sent his friend Jim to take me out for the day, instead of coming round himself. I had a wonderful day with Jim, but later that night, I may have ended up drinking one too many cocktails and shots and telling Jim how upset I felt. Then I asked him whose side he'd be on if Ed ever betrayed me. Jim looked a bit awkward, but then he said,
Ed's a good guy with morals, and he's mad about you. I couldn't imagine him ever looking at another girl.
I drained my drink. Yeah, I know, bad idea. Then I slurred out, You have to say that. You're his best friend. You might just think I'm overthinking stuff, but you're not a girl. You don't understand how much it hurts. Jim looked at me with a firm voice. He said,
I truly believe him. So I'm going to make a deal with you that if Ed ever did cheat on you, then I'd help you get your own back.
At this point, I was really surprised. But then I knew that even though Jim was so certain as much, it was only due to his complete trust in Ed. So I just shrugged it off and gave him a smile. After that, Jim took me home. He helped me to open the car door, and before I entered my house, he said,
Bella, don't think too much about it at all.
That night, I lay there thinking about what Jim had said to me at the bar. Maybe he was right. Maybe it was true that I was overthinking things. And also, if I kept being like this, wasn't this exactly what Diane wanted me to act like? Geez, it seemed she was way smarter than she looked, as she got into my head. I couldn't let her win. I needed to trust in Ed. So I texted Ed. I'm sorry. I was so stressed that I blamed you, but I was wrong to do this. I miss you so much. Although it's midnight, he replied immediately saying,
It's okay. I'm sorry too. I promise I'll spend more time with you. I'll be around more in 2 weeks.
His words made me feel a lot better. Finally, I could rest my mind and fall asleep. The next 2 weeks seemed to drag on forever. I missed him so much. Okay, so he didn't call me all that much, but it was okay. He promised he'd spend more time with me soon. So I decided to trust him. 2 weeks passed by. He'd fly back home on this Sunday, and I arrived at the airport to pick him up. I dressed up in a pretty dress, held a bouquet of flowers, and waited for him at the boarding gate. Normally, I hesitated to do stuff like this because I knew there'd be a company shuttle coming to pick him and his colleagues up, but I'd waited for this moment long enough. Besides, I honestly thought he'd be super excited to see me. I waited for him there for about 30 minutes, and the moment I saw him, I waved and ran over to him. But all of my excitement vanished when he just gave me a cold look. He told me there was no need to do this and that he had to go back to the company to report the work immediately so he couldn't go out with me. This made me feel so down. I almost burst into tears, but I tried to hold it back as I said I understood. As he walked off, I stood there still clutching the flowers and feeling embarrassed. Even worse, I met Diane walking behind Ed. She laughed sarcastically and said, See, I told you he doesn't love you. He loves me. He's just busy, I croaked back. There was no way I was giving her the satisfaction of thinking she had one up on me. Yeah, whatever. She rolled her eyes. You realize we have today off as the report's not due until tomorrow, so it seems to me like your boyfriend's just not into you. Diane grinned at me and walked off. At that point, I was so hurt and bewildered. I tried not to believe her, but there was no denying that Ed's reaction had been unexpected. I drove home feeling like a deflated balloon. Then I received a message from Ed.
Sorry, I'm just so busy. Next Saturday is better. I'll come over to yours and we can watch a movie together.
I felt excited at first, but thinking about his coldness at the airport, I felt a bit confused. Talk about hot and cold. I just didn't know where I stood with him anymore. Finally, I just texted him back. Yeah, sure. The next morning, I showed up at work, but I couldn't stop myself from trying to catch a glimpse of Ed. For the rest of the week, I kept an eye on him to see where he went, what he did, and if he met anyone strange. When he said he had to work overtime, I even called Ellie to check if he was being honest, but she confirmed this. Maybe I was being paranoid. One day, after a long working day, I felt a bit stressed, so I called Ed and said I wanted to go out with him to let off some steam. He messaged back saying that he had some family thing he couldn't get out of. I was disappointed, but I ended up going to the mall with my friend instead. We were sitting in the foyer eating donuts when I saw Ed walking into a jewelry store. This was so strange. What was he doing here? And why had he lied to me? I followed him to the front of the store and overheard him saying he needed to get a present for Ellie Stafford. Okay, so talk about a relief. So this was his family thing. Maybe today was his sister's birthday or something. But he still could have brought me along with him. Oh well, men just didn't think sometimes. Finally, Saturday arrived. Ed told me to prepare some snacks for the movie while he grabbed a quick shower. As he closed the bathroom door, I saw him leave his phone on my bed. I know it's a bad thing to do, but I couldn't stop myself from checking his private world. Maybe it's due to my worries and insecure feelings lately. I scrolled through all his old messages, but there was just a bunch of boring messages from his work colleagues. Suddenly, he opened the door and saw me using his phone. Startled, I immediately threw his phone onto the bed and jumped back. Ed looked annoyed and said, "Are you checking my phone?" I replied, "Sorry, Ed, He didn't let me finish the sentence. He angrily told me not to do it again because he didn't like to have a possessive girlfriend who wants to control his life. At this point, I was super embarrassed. Therefore, I timidly said, "I just want to see pictures from your latest business trip. Oh, I prepared your favorite snacks here. Come here." I ran to him and pulled him over to my bed. My distraction plan seemed to work, and we had a really nice night together. As good as it was, doubts still lingered in my mind. He'd just been acting so oddly recently. To be honest, the feeling of doubting the person you love is not pleasant at all. So I decided to have a clear talk with him on our upcoming 2-year anniversary. We really needed to have a frank talk. This was on Saturday night. He took me to this amazing restaurant, and the food was delicious. As great as it was, I knew I still needed to talk to him, and it was now or never. I opened my mouth to tell him how I felt when he said, "It's my mom's birthday next week, and I'd love you to come over to my house and celebrate with my family." Oh my God, this was such a surprise. Finally, after 2 years, I'd get to meet the rest of his family. This proved that he really loved me and was serious about our relationship. Right? I was so happy that I said yes and gave up on talking about my worries. Then we talked a bit about what gift we should buy for his mom. Then suddenly, Ed received a phone call. He went out to answer it, and when he came back, he said an urgent job had come up and he had to leave. As much as this sucked, I forced out a smile and told him it was fine, and I could make my own way home. He said sorry, hugged me, and left in a hurry. But just a few minutes later, my phone beeped. It was a message from Diane saying, "The Redmore Hotel, room 155. Come and see us for yourself." Smirk face icon. This had to be just one of Diane's games, right? But it seemed so strange how she'd messaged me just after Ed had left. I peered around me. Was she here spying on me? But I couldn't see her anywhere. I needed to know the truth, so I hopped in a taxi and went to the Redmore Hotel. When I got there, I was so anxious. I stood outside of room 155 and pulled out my phone to call Ed. He didn't answer, but I heard Ed's familiar ringing sound from inside of the room. At this point, I really froze and tried one more call and still heard the ringing of the phone. Unconsciously, I banged on the door and screamed out for them to let me in. I pounded the door so hard that my hands turned red. I shouted, "Open the door, you cheaters!" till my throat was sore. That moment, I didn't even know what was occupying my mind. I just knew that my heart was crushed, that I could hardly breathe, and my tears kept shedding. Moments later, the door opened, and Ed stared back at me. "Hi, it's me, Bella again." From the outside, it seemed like I'm a lucky girl who was achieving her goals one by one, from an outstanding rich kid boyfriend to a dream job. But somehow, my life was going downhill uncontrollably. I was standing in front of a hotel room, banging the door, and hoped that my boyfriend wasn't inside. I didn't understand. Just a few minutes ago, we were together at our 2-year anniversary. He was so caring and sweet, and he even invited me to his mom's birthday party. Everything was great until his phone rang. He told me it was a work thing and he had to leave. His work thing should never have happened here. But to my horror, Ed answered the door. He was completely flummoxed when he saw me, and the moment I looked over his shoulder, I saw a woman. She was sitting on the bed and eating chocolates with her cool, calm mind. Not like me. Yep, you guessed it. It was Diane. "Hey, Bella. So nice of you to join us," she smirked at me. I just stared at them, open-mouthed. This was the worst day of my life, and I didn't know how I was meant to react. Worse still, Ed didn't seem bothered that I was upset. No, all he cared about was the fact that people were walking past and giving him odd looks. He pulled me inside of that disgusting room and closed the door. This was the last place I wanted to be, but I knew I deserved answers.
"Why are you here, Bella?"
He asked me. "You and her?" I muttered out. Diane walked over to him and started rubbing his shoulders. Then she grinned at me and said, "It sure looks like it, doesn't it?"
"Bella, I'm sorry,"
he said. "Yeah, me too," I replied before I hurried out of there. Those traitors were welcome to each other. I was done. I was shaking so hard that I had to lean my back against the wall in the hotel lobby and burst out crying. Jeez, my heart ached so much. I wanted to hate Ed, but I still loved him. Worse still, I was still wearing the prettiest dress ever. At the start of the night, I'd felt like a princess, and now I felt like anything but a loser. I arrived home in tears, feeling so heartbroken and ashamed. What was wrong with me? How could he hurt me like this? Then my phone beeped. It was a message from Ed.
"I'm truly sorry, Bella. I will make it up to you."
What? How exactly did he intend on making it up to me? Was he going to give me a pay raise or get me promoted? Geez, how could he not see that this couldn't be fixed in that way? He'd ruined what we had. And what for? A bit of fun with some mean girl? I didn't even know who Ed was anymore. He changed so much, and now it felt like he was someone else entirely. The next day, I told Jim I was too sick to come into work. There was no way I could deal with seeing them all lovey-dovey together. But I would get over this. I'm a strong-minded person with big ambitions for my career, and there's no way I was letting them win. I just needed time for my body and mind to heal before I could go back to work and face them every day. But it was just so hard. I loved him and trusted him more than myself. Now the fact that he was cheating just broke my heart and drained my energy. I couldn't stop crying for days and eventually felt like this was just not right. I would just become a loser only if I accepted it. I obviously deserved better than some cheating idiot in my life. Yeah, right. I had to move on, keep chasing my dream, and try my hardest for my own life, instead of wasting my time for someone who didn't deserve it. I wasn't hiding anymore, so I went back to work. When I arrived there, Jim came over to me and told me all about this amazing project he wanted me to work on if, of course, I was feeling up to it. Thanks, Jim, as this was the exact thing I needed right now to give me the kick I needed to move on. I immediately told him yes. I was ready to put my all into it. However, on my first day back to work, everyone in the office was gossiping about me. I knew this was down to Diane bragging about how Ed broke up with me for her. To make it even worse, Diane kept on popping up in front of me and loudly telling anyone who would listen how an amazing boyfriend Ed was. Ugh, why couldn't she just leave me alone? She was Ed's girlfriend now. Why wasn't that enough for her? I just didn't understand why she was so mean. Worse still, I then had to endure some boring meeting with both Diane and Ed. I was sitting next to Jim and trying my best not to look over at them when Ed announced who the new sales manager was. I swear my heart plummeted when he said it was Diane. When we finished the work, she stormed over to me, swished her hair, then said, "This is such a great week for me. I now have an awesome job to go with my amazing new boyfriend." I ignored her, pretending like I didn't hear her, and tried my best not to look like she was getting to me. No way was I going to cry in front of the entire office. She looked straight at me as she said, "Of course, I expect all work to be the highest standard, else there will be consequences." Jim piped in,
"Diane, you're in charge of sales, not the entire company. Now, if you excuse us, we have work to do."
Thank goodness for Jim, as there's no way I could have endured that meeting any longer. Right when we were out of the meeting room, I asked Jim about my upcoming project. All I wanted now was putting my focus into my work. Only Jim apologized that he was busy doing some emergency things, then asked if we could discuss the new project over dinner. I immediately agreed. Not only was I super excited to find out more about it, but it meant I wouldn't be stuck at home with nothing but my thoughts. He took me to this cool diner, which I'd never been to before, as Ed was a bit of a snob when it came to eating out and had refused to go anywhere but posh restaurants. Jim told me how it was a creative design project for a park entrance gate, and he was allowing me to make all the important decisions. Whoa! This was my golden chance to show what I was capable of. Since then, Jim became my knight in shining armor. He let me eat lunch in his office, and it was so good being away from all my gaping colleagues. We talked about this big project, joked about, and shared our sandwiches. On one such occasion, I was eating one of his peanut butter and jelly sandwiches when he looked at me, hesitated, then said,
"Do you remember what we talked about? That time at that bar?"
I nervously laughed, as I wasn't expecting him to bring that up again. "Yeah, we talked a lot. I was a bit drunk that night," he replied.
"Yes, but I wasn't. I told you that I trusted Ed and believed he would never let you down, and that I would help you get payback if it ever turned out I was wrong about him."
I sighed. I remember. It was a ridiculous wager.
"Bella, I'm a man of word. I'm here if you need me to help you get your own back on him."
I can't say I hadn't daydreamed about getting revenge on him. In my mind, there were many occasions where I had, whether it be by chopping up his clothes or by sending an email to the entire office listing his worst habits. I could have made my daydream a reality, but I wasn't going to. Ed was just a bad guy, and even though what he did hurt like crazy, I was going to learn and grow from it. So I replied, "Thanks, Jim, but it's okay. I'm not going to do that because that isn't the type of person I want to be. And it wouldn't be fair to make you that type of person either. Thanks, though. It means a lot that you do that for me." I saw how relieved Jim looked. He was a man of his word. But there's no doubting that he was a great guy, and getting revenge on people, even if they deserved it, wasn't his thing. So I continued to put my all into this project and try not to let work dramas get me down. Then one day, I turned up at work and saw Mr. Stafford in the foyer talking to Diane. This was strange, as on the rare occasions he was here, he tended to shut himself away in his office. Not only that, he looked so angry. I watched as a terrified-looking Diane followed him to his office. Then a few minutes later, Ed rushed up there too. Talk about drama! Oh well, at least no one was talking about me for once. By lunchtime, news got around that Diane had been fired. It turned out that she'd sold our company's design to another rival company, and now they were using it on one of the other construction projects. Jim was very annoyed about this, and I saw him getting angry with Ed on the fire escape. I got his point. It felt like our creativity had been stolen to benefit a girl who they never should have hired in the first place. Of course, Ed insisted he hadn't known anything about it, and he'd ended it with Diane as soon as he found out. He'd also convinced his dad not to pursue legal action against her. I knew that this was probably just to save his own ass. I mean, she was his girlfriend, after all. She could have implicated him in it. Now, thanks to Diane, we'd have to change some of the design elements on that project. This was a massive undertaking, and my teammates and I had to work overtime, and it was intense. One morning, I walked into work feeling tired and lethargic at the prospect of another long day when I saw a bunch of roses on my desk. I opened the card to see they were from Ed, with a note saying,
"Bella, I miss you so much. Please give me another chance. Ed, X."
Wow. He'd just broken up with Diane, and now he wanted me back? Hey, it's Bella. Let's see what happened next in my story. But first, I'll recap some important events in the previous part. I caught my boyfriend cheating on me with mean girl Diane. Worse still, he didn't even seem to care. I had to go to work every day and see them together. Ugh. But then, it turns out Diane sold one of our designs to a rival company, so she was fired, and Ed broke up with her. You know what they say, karma and all. But then, I arrived at work to see a bunch of roses on my desk with a note from Ed saying he wanted me back. Talk about ridiculous. Did he seriously think some lame flowers and a rubbish note would make me go running back to him? No chance. I texted Ed. If the paper has been drawn in, no matter how hard you erase, it will leave marks behind, Ed. So there's no coming back from that. Then I threw the roses in the trash and carried on with my work. Only Ed didn't give up. Every morning, I arrived at work and saw a bunch of flowers on my desk. There was always a note attached with some soppy sentiment about how he missed me. Blah, blah, blah. Talk about embarrassing. And other people in my office started to notice. Once again, I was at the center of gossip. This made me really annoyed. I just wanted to focus on my work without having anything to do with Ed. So every time I saw those bouquets of flowers, I just stuck them in the trash and carried on with my day. Then one time, when I was on my break and scrolling through my phone, it beeped. It was Ellie, inviting me for coffee. This was strange, as we'd only hung out when I'd been with Ed. And as sweet as she was, we'd never been that close. I felt like I couldn't say no to her, as she was just too nice. Besides, I wondered what she wanted to say to me personally. So I went and met her. At first, it was super awkward, and I tried filling the silent pauses by taking sips of my hot chocolate. Then she said, "Bella, I can see that the situation between you and Ed seems tense, so I want to help you two deal with it. Recently, I found Ed very upset. I know he acts like this strong, emotionless man at times, but it's all a front. Really, he's just a sweet, caring guy who knows he messed up. He made a dumb mistake, and now he's paying for it. He misses you so much, and now he's finding it hard to focus at work." I replied, "I don't know, Ellie. I don't believe a word he says anymore." She replied, "The whole Diane thing started when he was on a business trip, and he was feeling lonely and stressed. I know that's no excuse for what he did, but he knows now how much he messed up. Can you find it in your heart to forgive him?" Ellie paused, noticed my hesitant look, then continued. "He's been so down since you guys ended. I'm worried about him. He isn't himself, and people at work are starting to notice." Hearing Ellie say this confused me. I had no idea he cared this much. It had honestly felt like he wasn't that bothered, and the flowers were just for show. But perhaps he really had changed back to the Ed I loved and cared for. And maybe I was being selfish, not giving him another chance. I sighed, then said, "I get it, and I'll think about it, but it's not just that easy to forget the past." Ellie said she understood, and we chatted for a bit. Our conversation got me thinking a lot, especially about Ed-shaped things. There's no denying the fact that I still loved him, but would I have been foolish to give him another chance? Ed continued to send me daily flowers, but now it was also other gifts too, such as a box of my favorite donuts, a cuddly kitten plushie, and a signed copy of this amazing design book. He was certainly putting in a lot of effort, so maybe he really did still love me? To be honest, the words in his notes touched me and reminded me of the sweet memories from when we were together. But whenever I think of Ed and Diane's affairs, I felt uncomfortable, and if I went back to Ed, that feeling would linger on me for a long time. I really didn't know what to do. One night, I decided to take a walk to clear my head, and just happened to meet Jim as he was coming out of the convenience store. At a glance, he immediately knew I had something on my mind. He gave me a can of coffee and went for a walk with me. Jim broke the silence.
Is this about Ed?
I muttered out, "Yeah, is it that obvious?"
Well, your desk has been like a florist recently, so I figured it had something to do with him. Does he want you back?
I gave a nod of my head. He said,
But you're still so confused, right?
I laughed. Are you reading my mind?
Call it an educated guess. I've been friends with Ed for a long time. I think I understand him.
He paused for a moment and then sighed.
But it turns out I don't. I really don't want to see you suffer, Bella.
I asked, "So, what do you think? Should I go back to Ed?" Jim gently replied,
No, Bella, you shouldn't. You deserve a better person. Someone who truly loves you, not someone intent on playing mind games. Think about it. He just sends you flowers and gifts. But has he actually come and told you how he feels to your face?
Okay, so Jim had a point. Not once had Ed come and apologized to me. And it wasn't like he didn't have plenty of chances. We worked at the same company, for goodness sake. But what if he was too shy? Maybe it was because he didn't know whether I'd truly forgiven him or not, so he wanted to wait a while. Geez, this was difficult. I knew what Ed did was wrong, but I still loved him. And all the flowers, gifts, and love notes were getting to me. I knew it wouldn't be long before I caved and took him back because, as much as he'd hurt me, I longed to believe he still loved me as much as I loved him. After much pondering, I came to the decision that I wanted to give Ed another chance, but he'd have to make me truly believe in his love first. I was going to tell him this after work. But first, I had some work meeting with Jim, Ed, Ellie, and some of our other colleagues. After the meeting, Jim and I packed up and left the conference room first. On the way back to our seats, I found out I'd left my phone in there. And Jim came with me as he wanted to talk to Ed about something. As soon as I got to the door, before I opened it, I heard Ellie talking about me inside. "Hey, so Bella is going to your parents' wedding anniversary, right?" Then Ed said,
I don't know. I'm still working on it. We haven't got back yet.
Ellie replied, "What are you doing? You must hurry up or else your parents will know you're lying." She paused a bit, then continued, "It was all due to your carelessness to let your parents find out about that night. You need to make them believe that the girl who spent the night in your room was Bella. If they think it's Diane, you'll lose everything." What were they talking about? Why was it related to me? Whatever it was, I knew that he must have stayed with Diane, and now he had to lie to his parents that he was with me instead. Ed wanted to get back to me not because he still loved me, but just wanted to use me to cover for him. I immediately fell to my knees. Tears kept falling. I was really disappointed with Ed and even more with myself. I couldn't believe it. I'd continued to fall for Ed's deception. Again! Suddenly, Jim grabbed my hand, opened the door, and pulled me into the conference room. Ed and Ellie turned around in surprise. Jim shouted,
I can't believe you're that kind of jerk, Ed. How can you treat Bella like this? She'll never come back with you. If you don't love her anymore, stop hurting her. She deserves someone better than you.
Then he pointed at Ed and Ellie.
You two? I don't know what's going on, but I'll protect Bella. Don't you dare hurt her, or else you'll have me to answer to.
Hi, it's me, Bella again. Do you still remember my complicated love story with Ed, who's turned out to be the son of my big boss? Thank God I found out how much of a cheating jerk he was and broke free from that relationship. But then he again started to try hard to get me back. All the flowers and gifts must prove he still loved me, right? So I decided I was going to give him another chance. Only before I was able to tell him this, I overheard him talking to Ellie. It was pretty clear from their conversation that he only wanted to get back with me to hide the fact that he was still with Diane. Jim overheard them talking too, and he led me into the room and confronted them by saying,
You two? I don't know what's going on, but I'll protect Bella. Don't you dare hurt her, or else you'll have me to answer to.
On hearing him say this, I looked up at him through teary eyes. Ed and Ellie were the worst type of people, but luckily for me, Jim was the best. Right now, I felt so vulnerable, but at least his kind words made me feel like I wasn't alone. He was like a big brother that always made me feel so safe. Then he led me outside, saying,
Hell with those terrible people. Let's get out of here, Belle.
in a soulless state due to the shock, I followed him. He took me to the building rooftop, and it was good to breathe in some fresh air without anyone else gawping at me. We sat down, and he told me to take time to calm down and not to worry about the report that was due in that afternoon, as it could wait. He was looking at me with such caring eyes, and he even put his hand on mine as he said,
And even if you feel like taking leave today, it's okay.
He's so nice, but that made me feel kinda burdened, so I cut him off. Jim, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you back there, I'm sure I would have fainted in front of them. And thank you for being so understanding. But you're still my boss, and I'm still an employee. We shouldn't let my personal issues affect work. And Jim, please. He tried interrupting me with,
Bella, listen.
and,
But Bella,
but I still carried on. I'm beyond grateful. But please, next time, you don't have to do that, especially in the office. That will give people something to talk about again. You know how they love to gossip about me already. He kept staring down at the ground and didn't say anything else. I forced a smile and wiped my tears away. I'll be fine. I just need a few minutes alone right now. Then I'll go finish that report. Don't worry, Chief. He looked at me and let out a sigh, got up, then patted me on the shoulder.
Okay, great. Just so you know, I've always got your back. I'll do anything to help you forget that jerk if you want.
He smiled and left. I sat there alone for a while. I don't know if it was the strong breeze making my eyes teary again, or that I just simply reached the peak of sorrow. Now I knew that Ed's affair with Diane wasn't just a mistake, but he really didn't love me anymore. And not only that, he clearly didn't care about me at all. Else, he wouldn't have been as heartless as to use me for his own sake. After that, I tried pushing my pain and heartache to one side and focusing on my work. But it was hard. I knew my colleagues were whispering nasty things about me. There were so many times when I went to make a coffee or walked into the toilets, and they'd go deadly silent and snigger in my direction. I couldn't focus on doing anything anymore, and even the simplest of jobs took me triple as long to do. It got to the point where I considered walking into Jim's office and quitting then and there. I already had my resignation email saved to my drafts. I love this job, but the people here are too toxic, and now I felt too suffocated. My career is important to me, but so is my pride. And right now, being here in this negative environment wasn't doing me any favors. And knowing Ed was so near to me, well, it made my situation even harder. Talking about Ed, obviously, the flowers and gifts had stopped. He hadn't tried to contact me once since I overheard them, which says it all, really. I tried my best to avoid him. I once even hid behind the men's toilet door in a panic as I caught sight of him in the hallway, which got both me and some guys in there freaked out. At that awkward moment, I thought to myself, hey, what am I doing? Why am I acting like such a coward? I realized that I had nothing to feel ashamed about. Ed was the one who treated me like dirt. He should be the one hiding, not me. I realized then and there that I shouldn't have to run away from the job I love and was good at because of a man too much of a coward to be honest with me. This was my dream job, and I will keep it. To hell with Ed. If anything, I have to stay here and show him what he missed out on. To be honest, after that unexpected enlightening moment in the men's toilets, I felt much better and ready to move on. Now I could walk past Ed with my head held high. But you know what? Each time we crossed paths, I still felt my heart ache a little. Why was this still happening? Thankfully, I had Jim around to cheer me up, and also his little brother John, who started working at the company as an intern in Ed and Ellie's project management department. Right from the first day at work, he had already impressed me, walking into the room with such a bright smile and ran right over greeting everyone, even complimented me on a design I was working on and stuff. I didn't even know that he was Jim's brother at the moment, but I already felt like I could befriend this kid. Our office needed more of this kind of positive energy. He's such a funny kid. He was always telling jokes and sending me memes. Soon, Jim, John, and me had grown pretty close, and we grabbed lunch together most days. John seemed smitten with Ellie. I mean, I couldn't blame him. She's beautiful. He sent her a coffee with a flirty note attached on it, and she took the coffee, but ripped off the note and stuck it onto John's forehead, saying, "This isn't what you're supposed to say to your boss," then walked off. Ouch! The poor kid sulked for the rest of the day and kept on grumbling about how women were hard work. Then Jim got annoyed and said,
"Isn't what Ellie said correct? You should just stop it already. She's really not someone appropriate for you to mingle with."
Jim had a point. Not only was she his boss, but dating within the company would just cause more gossip and dramas. And trust me, I knew all about that. But John is on the stubborn side, so he wouldn't give up. He continued to show his affection towards her. One time, he handed her a heart-shaped box of chocolates, and she rolled her eyes at him, then gave them out to the rest of the office. Ed caught sight of that and found out, and everyone could see he wasn't happy about that. I mean, she is his sister and all, so he was always giving John dirty looks and making him do all the boring jobs. One time over lunch, John was annoyed because Ed had given him a bunch of work to do over the weekend. So he said to me,
"Oh my God, Bella. I don't understand what you ever saw in Ed, but thank God we're all done with him now. You deserve so much better."
Then he patted Jim while he was sipping on his coffee and almost caused him to choke on it. Then said,
"See? Look at our Jim. He's nice. He's handsome. He's right in front of you. What are you waiting for?"
Jim quickly glared at him, then smiled at me, joking,
"Excuse me for my dumb little brother."
I giggled. These two really had helped me through all the tough times, and I was so grateful to have them both around. But things were about to change, as Jim was assigned for a month-long overseas business trip. I can't deny that I felt kinda worried about being at work without him there. Suddenly, I felt nervous and kind of empty imagining the long month ahead, but at least I still had John. He would keep me sane. I just hoped Ed wouldn't cause me any issues, as dealing with them without Jim having my back would be tricky. The night before Jim's flight, the three of us had dinner, and John kept on pushing Jim to drive me home after that. On the drive home, I joked with him about how I actually felt nervous that he'd be absent for a while. He looked all serious, but didn't say anything back, like he was thinking something. I had to clear things up, so I said, "Hey, don't worry, I'm just joking. Come on, smile for me. I won't get to see this smile for another month, right?" He gave me this soft look, then said,
"I'll be back soon. Just wait for me."
When we arrived at my front door, I wished him a safe travel, and he waved, then drove away. But as I was on the porch step, rummaging through my purse to find my door key, I suddenly felt a hand on my shoulder. Startled, I turned around to see Jim. I was stuttering. Jim? Why? He cut me off.
"Don't say anything. Just listen to me first, Bella. I love you."
Hey, Bella here with the next part of my story. As difficult as it was having to work alongside my cheating ex Ed, I felt like I was dealing with it, and it helped loads that I had Jim and John around to cheer me up. Only, Jim was about to go away on a month-long work trip, and the thought of being left behind without him to support me was kinda scary. So, the three of us went out for a goodbye dinner. Then, when he dropped me off, he came out with the bombshell that he loved me. What? This was crazy. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I mean, could I have misheard him? Staring at him in shock, I muttered out, What? Okay, so perhaps this wasn't the best way to respond, but I was in complete shock. He held my hand and said,
"Bella, I've liked you since the first day I met you, but you were Ed's girlfriend, so I had to keep my distance. That's why I seemed cold towards you."
Jim, I tried to say something, but he cut me off.
"Please, wait. I need to get this off my chest. Every time I took care of you, It wasn't because Ed asked me to. It's because I wanted to. I wanted to tell you everything when we overheard the conversation between Ed and Ellie, but I got cold feet. I was worried that you weren't over Ed yet, and that you still needed time to heal.
Oh, Jim, I didn't know, I said. He continued.
And, I was also afraid that you would reject me, and then you would feel awkward around me. But I don't think I could bear a whole month of keeping my feelings a secret. And, at least, this way, if you don't feel the same way, then I have a month overseas to get over you, right?
He joked. Talk about surprising. I did not see this coming at all. I always knew Jim was there for me when I needed him, and he always knew when something was bothering me. It's only now I realized he was protecting me not as a big brother, but as a man who had feelings for me. Thinking about it, I was so preoccupied with Ed that I didn't see that Jim's affections towards me were growing. It felt nice to know that an amazing man like Jim liked me, especially after the trauma my heart had received from Ed. But that was the main problem. I still wasn't fully over Ed. So I replied, I'm really flattered for what you've been doing for me all this time. I don't know how to thank you. But this is so sudden. I don't know what else to do. My heart is pounding so fast right now. I don't even know why I... He smiled at me and gently stroked my hair.
Silly. I'm not asking you to give me an answer right now. Just think about it. You have a whole month without me ahead. Maybe then you'll figure it out.
He winked, then walked off. I could only manage to yell after him, "Safe flight, Jim! I'll wait for you!" He simply replied,
Good night, Bella.
I watched him drive away, then I went inside and threw myself on the bed. I tried processing everything that had just happened. Talk about information overload! I couldn't deal with this right now, and forced myself to sleep. I had to get up early tomorrow and take the bus to my hometown, as it was my granny's 90th party and my entire family would be there. When I arrived at my parents' house, everybody was already there. My mom and dad, my uncles and aunts, my lovely granny, my cousins, basically everyone. It felt so good to see them all. It turns out, being around my kind, loving, and supportive family was just what I needed right now. Yep, it definitely felt good to be home. I noticed that my father didn't look so great. He'd lost a lot of weight and kept on coughing. I asked him if he'd gone to the doctor about it, but he said it was just a cold and nothing to worry about. Granny's birthday was lovely and sweet. We decorated the house with balloons, bought her a delicious cake, and there was even a huge poster of George Clooney, as he's my granny's favorite actor. After lots of cake, I wheeled Granny out onto the front porch, and we had a catch-up. She said to me, "How's my little Bella? You look so skinny. You need to eat more. And when will you introduce me to that boyfriend of yours? You know, I'm not that young anymore. So hurry up." I know, I laughed. Granny continued, "Didn't you want to bring him last year? What's his name again? Ed." I just smiled and said nothing. But the strange thing was, when Granny mentioned Ed, all I could think about was Jim. I guess this meant I kinda missed him. Granny noticed my sad face, so she asked what was bothering me. But I told her it was nothing. I was just tired because of the long ride. But then she said something to me that made me think. "You know, sweetie, I've lived for a long time, and I've learned that there are only a few good people left out there. So when you find the right person, you've got to fight for them. It might not feel like the right time, but ask yourself this. When is? Don't let the past ruin your future." She smiled and kissed my hand. Oh gosh, Granny, that was so deep. Hearing her saying that made me seriously think about my feelings for Jim. He was truly a good man, but I was so obsessed with all the bad things Ed had done to me that I'd been oblivious to Jim's feelings towards me, and my feelings towards him. Oh my God. I was in love with Jim. I'm so stupid. Now I knew what I needed to do. Thanks, Granny. I love you to the moon and back. I kissed her on the forehead and pushed her back inside the house. I went upstairs to get my laptop and to send my resignation email. which I've been keeping in my drafts for these past few months, and I sent it to Ed. Yes, that's correct. I finally did it. I quit my job. I wanted to end the dramas in Starcross Estate and begin a new chapter in my life with Jim. Now, I could stay home with my family for a week or so, as I'd already quit my job, so it's not like they could fire me or anything. This would be my healing time. Then I took my phone out and sent Jim a message saying, "When you're back in town, can we please meet up? We need to finish that conversation we had last time. I can't wait to see you again." Smiley face. Jim instantly replied back, "Me too." Smiley face. But then, something happened that turned my whole world upside down. My mom screamed out that something was wrong with Dad, so I rushed over to them and saw that he was on the floor, unconscious. We took him to the hospital, and they carried out loads of tests and x-rays on him. Then the doctor told us the results. My father has a disease called heart arrhythmia. An arrhythmia describes an irregular heartbeat. With this condition, a person's heart may beat too quickly, too slowly, too early, or with an irregular rhythm. In his case, his heart beat too slowly. It was a genetic disease that my grandpa had also had. My father needed surgery to implant a device, called a pacemaker, into his chest. This is a small device that uses electrical pulses to prompt the heart to beat at a regular minimum rate. You wouldn't believe how much it all cost, and his health insurance wouldn't cover it. So the main problem was money. We needed lots of it, and quickly. If my father didn't have this operation soon, he could have a stroke or heart failure. So over the past days, we asked everybody we knew. Each friend and acquaintance lent us some money, but it still wasn't enough. It wasn't even a quarter of the amount we needed. We also tried to get a loan from the bank, but the procedure would take at least a month, which was too long. Time was running out, and it felt like there was nothing I could do to stop it. It was horrible. Ever since the day I sent my resignation email, Ed called a few times, but I really wasn't in the mood to answer his calls. I was so worried about my dad, and let's face it, Ed was the last person I wanted to deal with. But then some days later, I got a text from him saying that he'd tried calling me to find out why I'd quit, but I never picked up. So he called my cousin, and she'd told him about my father's condition. Then something crazy happened. Ed offered to pay all of my dad's medical bills. But there was a catch. He rang me up to explain what he wanted. And whoa, you won't believe what he was asking me to do. Hey, it's Bella again. I'm here to tell you the next part of my story. And trust me, you won't want to miss it. So, being back home with my family made me realize that I needed to make some positive changes in my life. So, I emailed Ed and quit my job. And I decided to stay with my family for a few weeks before Jim got back from his business trip. Then, I was going to go back and confess my feelings for him. But then, I found out my dad was sick and he needed surgery. Ed found out and messaged me saying he'd pay for everything, providing I followed his demands. Whoa, his conditions were insane. Firstly, I had to stay at the company. And secondly, he wanted me to go with him to his parents' wedding anniversary party and pretend to be his girlfriend. Oh my God, this made me so angry. He was using me to cover up his relationship with Diane. His parents must have found out that he was still seeing Diane and threatened to dismiss him. So he fabricated some story to tell them that he was back with me instead. So now they wanted him to prove this by taking me to their party. This sucked. But there were bigger things than my pride to think of right now. My dad needed surgery. Every second counted. So I threw away my ego and replied to Ed, "Yeah, I'll do it." He hung up, and I realized something. Even though I wanted to end things with Ed, the universe had a funny way of stopping this from happening. And it seemed like it wouldn't let me be with Jim, the guy I truly wanted to be with. Talk about ironic. Ed transferred the money over to me. I told Mom that Starcross Estate had lent me the money. Ugh, I hated giving them the credit for this, but it was a feasible story. Besides, it was partly true. Waiting around while my dad was in surgery was the most nerve-wracking experience of my life. Luckily, it all went well, and now he just needed plenty of time to rest and recover. The last week had been such a blur of emotions and drama. All I wanted to do now was sleep. But no, I had to endure a whole day with Ed and his family. The morning of the party arrived, and Ed picked me up. I didn't say much to him on the journey there. Instead, I just stared out the window. As we pulled up the longest driveway I'd ever seen, he turned to me and said,
Bella, I hope you're more cheerful around my family. We made a deal.
Jeez, what did I ever see in this man? He was the worst. Yeah, I understand. I will. I forced out a smile. He gave me a stern look and said,
Just make sure you do.
Ugh! All this for Diane? She was pretty and all, but she wasn't even a nice person, and she had zero morals. Whatever. I just needed to endure this party, then I could stay away from Ed. Okay, so his parents' house was like a fairy tale castle. It was huge. Ed kept on introducing me to different relatives, and my jaw hurt from all my fake smiling. When his parents saw me, they came over and his mom said, You must be Bella. I've heard so much about you. Please, make yourself at home. I greeted them back. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Stafford. You have a lovely home. And happy 30th wedding anniversary. Then his mom replied, Oh, thanks, dear. Please, call me Judy. You two should try some of the buffet. The grilled oysters are spectacular. For 2 years, I'd longed to be included in Ed's life and to be invited along to family parties, but he always seemed to keep me far apart. Now, I wanted to be far apart from Ed, and he was making me stay close. Ugh, this sucked. When we were walking through the crowd and greeting his family's partners and relatives, Ed whispered to me,
Thanks a lot for being here. I really appreciate it.
I glared at him and said, Well, you didn't leave me much choice, did you? And I know why I'm here. Don't forget that I heard everything between you and Ellie. You're just using me. I hope after that, we don't have to see each other anymore. He replied,
But you need the money, right? I think you should be grateful instead of being angry with me. I helped you save your father's life. I know how much he means to you. So can you please take my arm and let me introduce you to more of my relatives?
This was so frustrating, but he was right. I agreed to this so I could save my dad, and it's a choice I would make again and again. My family was everything to me, so now I'd just have to suck it up and let Ed introduce me to his. All this schmoozing people was thirsty work, so we walked over to the bar. OMG. You wouldn't believe who was there. Jim! I stared at him open-mouthed and immediately let go of Ed's arm. Jim looked even more shocked than I did. I wanted to go over to him, but Ed grabbed my hand and whispered to me,
Remember our deal.
So all I could do was to continue my role as Ed's girlfriend. Jim instantly left the party with a disappointed look. At the end of the party, Ed dragged me over to the balcony to talk. I asked him, Why was Jim here? He's not supposed to be back for another 2 weeks.
Oh, our business partner closed the deal already, so he came back early. He insisted on it, as he has a date or something. I heard he even took an earlier flight than the group. Anyway, you did a great job today. Everybody was convinced that you're my girlfriend, and I think we should keep it that way.
Wait, what? What do you mean? I asked him. He replied,
Well, I want you to come back to me, to be my girlfriend, just for an extended period of time, and then we'll break up.
I said in anger, Are you insane? Why would I ever get back together with you? Hell no!
How about I give you more money? I believe that after surgery, your father will need lots of medication, and I know it costs a lot. Besides, it will just be for a bit. Then after it, we'll go our separate ways. So, do we have a deal?
This is insane, but he's not wrong. The medical bills seemed never-ending, so I needed to face facts that, while he was paying them, he basically owned me. Oh my God, this would hurt Jim so much. This was breaking my heart. Jim was the one person who'd been there to support me, and now he'd think I was betraying him. And for that jerk Ed? But I had no other choice. I couldn't stand by and watch my dad suffer, not when I had the chance to help him. So, with a heavy heart, I shook Ed's hand in agreement. The next day, I walked with Ed into work. This was the last place I wanted to be right now, and all eyes were on me. One girl came up to me and told me she thought I was brave for getting back with the man I loved. Ugh, please. While other people sneered at me. I knew they thought I was an idiot for taking him back. At this point, I didn't care about anything. I just wanted it to end soon so I could get out of there. I met John in the hallway, and I could see in his face how disappointed he was. He rushed off so he didn't have to talk to me. I mean, it's not like I could blame him. Then I walked into my department and saw that Jim was standing in the middle of the room chatting to some of my colleagues. When everybody saw me, they rushed over and greeted me, except for Jim. He went straight to his office. He only talked to me when a project was assigned to me, but he only talked to me about work. His voice was cold, and he barely looked at me. This was awful. I wanted to tell him everything, but I knew I couldn't tell him a thing. I was no longer the brave, passionate, honorable girl he used to know. Now, I was so pathetic staying with a bad man just for his money. I never wanted him to know this, even if he would understand my situation or not. It really hurt. I hoped Jim would wait for me, and told myself it would all end okay. But then, a few days later, I walked into work, and a colleague came over to me and told me Jim had quit. What? I couldn't lose him like this. Not without a fight. He was the only positive thing for me right now. Everything was going in the wrong direction. I had to tell him it was all a misunderstanding, no matter what he thought. So I decided to go to Ed's office to end all of this. But then, an email popped up on my phone. It was from John. There were some pictures attached. I opened them. Oh my God, you wouldn't believe who was in those photos. I was so shocked that I dropped my phone on the floor. Hey, it's me, Bella, back with the penultimate episode of my story. So, I was stuck pretending to be Ed's girlfriend, and in return, he was paying for my dad's medical treatment. I couldn't predict Jim took a flight back home sooner and appeared to be right there to see me and Ed together. I just wanted to tell Jim everything, but eventually, mine and Ed's thing was not just a one-off. I had to continue our fake relationship so he would cover my dad's medical bills. Worse still, Jim's quit his job, and I didn't even get the chance to explain myself to him. And just when I thought things couldn't get more complicated, John emailed me over a picture, and oh my God, I was not expecting to see this. I stared at the picture, dumbfounded. Ed and Ellie were kissing passionately in a car. And although their faces weren't clear, it was obviously them. I walked towards Ed's office and barged in without knocking. Ed and Ellie were there, and on seeing me, they raised their heads and looked at me with puzzled eyes. After a few minutes of silence, I calmed myself down and stammered, How is this? You two are siblings, right? Talking was getting me nowhere, so I showed them the photo. Ellie immediately grabbed the phone out of my hand and said worryingly, Bella, calm down. Please, listen to me. It's not what you think. I can explain. Ed stopped her and said, Are you sure we should? They looked at each other confused for a moment, and then Ellie sighed and replied, There's no other way now. My heart was beating like crazy. I had no idea what was going on, but I had a feeling I was about to find out. Ellie told me that it was true her mom and Ed's dad used to be in a complicated relationship. They broke up and went their separate ways years ago. Later, her mom had her and became a single mom, but Ellie knew who her dad was, and it was definitely not Mr. Stratford. Wait, what? So you guys are not siblings? I couldn't believe my ears. Yes, Ellie continued. When I was 17, my mom got sick and found out she just had a few days left. In a desperate attempt to secure my future, she told Ed's father that I was his daughter. I knew this wasn't the truth, but back then, it was the only way. Ed came to Ellie to show his encouragement.
I was so mean to her at first. I hated her for being my dad's unacceptable past. So when my dad arranged for Ellie to be an intern in the company, and then promoted her to be a project manager, I determined that I had to try my best to kick her out.
Oh, so that was the reason. The whole time, I thought he had the same passion as me. But right from the start, his target was all about her. Ellie sat me down and said, Ed was so childish back then. As soon as he graduated, he showed up in the company as an heir, took over my position, and forced me to become his assistant. This frustrated me, as I worked so hard to get the job, so I wasn't very nice to him at first. Now they were officially looking at each other with those loving eyes in front of me? Ugh! I had no choice but to listen to them till the end to find out the truth. Ed added,
I could clearly see her opposition, but just to me personally, she was always professional, talking about work.
So was he, Ellie continued. Over time, I realized he was not a talentless heir, but a great leader. Soon, I saw him as a man and felt for him. However, he believed I was his half-sister, so I had to keep my feelings in my heart and silently stay by his side to care for and support him. We often went on business trips and to parties together, and gradually became inseparable. I turned to Ed and saw that he was looking at Ellie with a look filled with love, a look he'd never given me. So I asked, when did you two start falling in love? Ed looked awkward, held Ellie's hand, and said,
It was during a business trip in Las Vegas. We'd been chatting to a lot of guests, so we drank quite a lot. Then we went back to the hotel and she kissed me on my cheek.
He turned to look at Ellie with loving eyes and continued,
At first, I was shocked and pulled her up, but after she confessed her feelings for me and let me know the truth, that time I'd felt sick with worry about it all. But on finding out the truth, my feelings for her instantly became overwhelming. So,
Ellie interrupted him. We spent the night together and decided to date in secret. As you know, if this was discovered, I would definitely have to leave the house and the company. So we wanted to wait until he had a foothold in the company, and he could take care of me no matter what happened. I couldn't believe what happened. Las Vegas. I remembered that trip. It was Ed's business trip way back when I just started working at Starcross. I angrily looked at Ed and asked, So, you'd been cheating on me for the entire time? Now it all made perfect sense. You were so cold and indifferent to me because you didn't love me at all. I was just a cover story, right? Ed looked at me and said,
I'm sorry, Bella. I never wanted to hurt you, but I couldn't tell you the truth and risk exposing my relationship with Ellie.
I replied, You're selfish and unkind, and using me as a pawn in your plan was unfair. I couldn't stop shaking. This whole thing was such a mess. One thing I don't understand, though, is Diane. Where did she come into this? Ellie immediately interjected, as if to justify Ed. It wasn't like that. She's never been part of the plan. It turned out that during a business trip to New York, Diane accidentally caught Ellie and Ed dating at the mall. She was so shocked seeing them kissing, but she quickly informed on the situation and walked to them. Ed and Ellie were flummoxed being caught, but Diane just asked Ed to break up with me and officially let her take that position instead. She said that she didn't care about their dramas and just wanted to gain the reputation of being a boss's girlfriend. In fact, she didn't care about Ed because she already had a boyfriend. She threatened that if Ed didn't agree, then she'd expose his relationship with Ellie to the entire company. That would not only destroy their dignity, but it could also risk Stafford family's public humiliation. Ellie continued, We didn't know how else to handle this, so we had to accept her request. But she also set up the drama at the hotel and called you over. Ed was forced to be part of that show-off plan. We were also tired of Diane's business. Ellie looked at Ed, then continued. Fortunately, once we captured Diane and proved that she was stealing company designs and selling them on. After that, we could end everything with Diane and told her that if she revealed our relationship, we would sue her. When Ellie finished talking, Ed turned to me and said,
I know I was cruel to you, Belle, but I had to. It helped us keep this secret for a while.
Then why did you come back to me and insist on fixing our feelings? I shouted angrily at Ed. The two of them looked at each other for a while. Ed explained to me that one day, when his parents were on a business trip, Ellie and he arranged to enjoy a romantic night in his room. Suddenly, his parents came back and entered without knocking. Ellie escaped in time, but Ed's mother still noticed a girl had just been in his room. At first, they thought it was Diane, and they weren't happy about it. He insisted that it wasn't Diane, but they still refused to believe him. They threatened to throw him out of the company because of it, as dating a girl who stole from them didn't set a good example to their clients. So he had to lie to them that I was his mystery girl. His parents had calmed down, but were still a bit suspicious. So they asked him to take me to their wedding anniversary party to prove that he was really with me and not Diane. Ellie said, "That's why Ed had to find a way to get back with you, but you weren't making it easy. At that time, he had intended to give up, but coincidentally, we found out about your father. So I told him to take that chance in the hope that everything could be resolved." I looked Ed in the eye and said, "You're a bad guy. Just to cover up your secret, you were willing to do those bad things. You treat people like puppets that you control as you please. And you even used my dad's illness to manipulate me. Did you know that it's because of you Jim left without saying goodbye? It's also because of you I no longer have a chance to honestly tell him how I feel about him." I stood there, tears in my eyes. Ellie gave me a regretful look and tried to explain. "Bella, I'm so sorry. I just wanted you to go to the party with Ed so his parents wouldn't throw him out of the company. Little did I know that they really liked you and was so proud of Ed having such a clever girlfriend, so we have to keep on lying." Ed continued.
It's all my fault, not Ellie's. But honestly, I didn't know that you and Jim had feelings for each other. I'm sorry.
I yelled at him. "Of course you didn't. You only think about yourself." I was so sick of listening to them at this point. I just wanted to get out of there and never set eyes on either of them ever again. But then Ed's phone rang. It was his mum. He answered straight away, and she firmly told him to come home at once and to bring Ellie and me with him. Whoa, what? Why me? What was going on? Hey, it's Bella, and I'm back with the final part of my story. Last time, I found out the shocking truth about Ed. Turns out, he never loved me. No, instead, he was in love with his half-sister, Ellie, who isn't actually his biological sister at all. It was so much information to process already. But to make it even worse, Ed's mum messaged him, insisting all three of us go to her house right away. As soon as I entered Stafford's lavish home, I felt so nervous. Ed spoke out.
Mom, Dad, what's wrong?
Mrs. Stafford gave him a stern look and replied, "You need to explain this right now." Then she showed the same picture of Ed and Ellie that John had sent me. Before anyone had a chance to reply, she looked at me. "You're Ed's girlfriend. Did you know about this?" I was confused, then said, I only found out today." She was furious and yelled at Ed and Ellie. "What is this? You two are crazy? How could you do such incestuous things?" She didn't let Ed and Ellie explain, then continued. "Did it cross your minds what would happen if other people saw this picture? I'm so ashamed of both of you." Ed stood up and replied,
"But, Mom, we don't share the same bloodline. Why can't I love Ellie?"
His mom looked so confused. So Ellie looked at her with tear-filled eyes and said, "It's true. Dad's, well, he's not my biological dad. It was my mom's idea. She just wanted me to have a secure future. I never wanted to deceive anyone, and I honestly do care about you all, and I'm so sorry." Mrs. Stafford shouted. "What did you say? You aren't my husband's biological child? You don't have any blood relationships with us whatsoever? In that case, why do you dare live here in our house? And now you're using my son so you can get your hands on his fortunes?" Ed replied, "Mom, don't say that. Ellie is not that kind of girl. I love her, and I know she loves me too." Mr. Stafford, who'd been sitting there silently, suddenly spoke up. "I know. I've always known. I took a DNA test years ago, but I decided to keep this secret and continue to raise Ellie because I love her as my own." He looked at her. "You've always been my little docile daughter, and I'm always proud of you, Ellie." Ellie burst into tears. Ed hugged her and comforted her. Mrs. Stafford was so angry, and she said, "You all knew the truth, but chose to leave me in the dark. I demand she leaves this house right now, else I will." Then she stormed out of the room. The atmosphere was frosty, and I seriously wanted to get out of there. Mr. Stafford apologized to me for being dragged into all this drama. I felt super awkward, so I made out that it was getting late and left. This whole thing was such a mess, but I had my own issues to deal with. Their problems weren't anything to do with me anymore. I was finally free of Ed once and for all, and it was such a relief. A week passed, and even though I'd sent Jim dozens of messages, he hadn't replied to any of them. I was pretty sure he'd changed his number. This sucked, so I decided to meet John to explain myself to him and to see if he had Jim's contact details. I met him in a bar, and after a few drinks, I asked him, "You sent the mail to Mr. and Mrs. Stafford, right? Why did you do it?" John smiled and replied, "Because I hated Ed. He stole my Ellie and also made Jim misunderstand you. What a jerk." I replied, "For what it's worth, I really do think Ed and Ellie love each other. Besides, Ellie isn't right for you. You'll find someone amazing, John. You just wait." After that, I told John everything that had happened and admitted my love for Jim. To my surprise, John smiled and told me that he already knew everything, as one time, when he was going to surprise Ellie with a cake, he overheard Ed telling her how he was paying for my dad's medical bills in exchange for me pretending to be his girlfriend. Then he hugged Ellie and kissed her on the top of the head. After that, John had doubts about their relationship, so he followed them and took some pictures. After discovering the truth, John met Jim to tell him everything, but Jim just looked sad. Then John said, "I've thought about this a lot, and I think the real reason Jim was so disappointed was because when you ran into difficulties, you went to Ed for help instead of him." It hadn't even crossed my mind how bad it must have looked. All I could think about was my dad and how I needed to help him, which is why I jumped on Ed's offer of financial help. In hindsight, I should have discussed it with Jim first. I told John how much I missed Jim and wanted to see him. He said he'd try to help, but he didn't know where Jim was either, and that knowing his brother, he probably just needed some time to process everything. A whole month passed by, and I hadn't heard a word from Jim. Every morning when I saw John at work, I hoped today would be the day he had good news for me, but it never happened. Jim definitely seemed to be a man who didn't want to be found. At least, not by me. I missed him like crazy and just wanted to hug him tight so that he couldn't disappear. Everyone in the company now knew the truth about Ed and Ellie. At first, they were shocked and talked about nothing else. But now, no one seemed that bothered. For me, I wasn't angry with them anymore. Life was too short for that. Anyway, Ed insisted on still paying my dad's medical bills, which I was very thankful for. One day, Ed and Ellie suddenly texted that they wanted to meet me. I was kind of curious, so I met them at a cafe near our company. I walked in to see both of them looked so happy together. It seemed like things got better for them. Am I interrupting this lovely moment? I joked and sat down next to Ellie. She blushed, and I'd never seen her so happy before. Ed told me that his parents seemed to accept their relationship. Even Mrs. Stafford was beginning to mellow down, and she hadn't kicked Ellie out. Then Ellie said, "We wanted to make amends for everything we put you through, so we found Jim for you." Then she pulled out an envelope from her bag and said it was Jim's address and a letter of recommendation if I wanted to apply to the company where Jim was working. Was it real? I couldn't believe it. Finally, I'd found him! There was no more time to waste, so I packed my bag and hopped on a plane. Even though it was dark when I landed, I went straight to the address Ellie had given me. When I was walking in the courtyard of the building with my suitcase, then suddenly I saw someone. OMG. It was Jim! I couldn't believe it. I dropped the suitcase and ran to hug him. At first, Jim looked shocked and tried to push me away, but then he hugged me back. Jim drove me to a riverside near his apartment. We sat silently, drank beer, and looked at the lights sparkling from the buildings. I asked him, "This place is great, huh? Do you come here a lot?" He stayed silent for a while, and then replied, "One time, I found it when I was jogging. Sitting here with some cans of beer is awesome, so I often come here when I feel tired and miss you." What he said had crushed my heart. I turned to look at him. He'd lost some weight and looked sad. I told him the truth about what had happened and said, "I'm so sorry. At that time, all I could think about was saving my dad. So when Ed called me and said he would help me, I didn't think twice. And I also thought that the deal would end soon, and I just wanted to hide it all. It's all my fault for not thinking about your feelings, but you also left me without saying anything. Even your own brother doesn't know where you are." Jim spoke out. "I didn't tell John, as I knew he'd tell you, and I needed to be alone. When you ran into difficulties, you didn't need me. You just..." Without letting him finish his sentence, I cried out, "You didn't even give me a chance to explain. You just left me. I miss you like crazy." Jim rushed to hug me, wiped my tears, and comforted me. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have left like that. I really miss you too." We kissed, and I still wondered if this was just a dream. Finally, I'd found him, and I definitely wasn't losing him again. When we finished kissing, I looked up and saw a shooting star. OMG. It was such an amazing end to the perfect day, and I took it as a sign that we were meant to be together forever. That was it. After that, I got a job at the company where Jim was working, and officially moved into his apartment. Oh, and we're getting married next month, and I can't wait. If in doubt, then you should follow the wise words my granny once told me. There are only a few good people left out there. So when you find the right person, you've got to fight for them. It might not feel like the right time, but ask yourself this: when is? Don't let the past ruin your future. So basically, you should always follow your heart and not let what's meant to be pass you by.